DN 1007-2122 final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district agrees to reimburse parents for students' educationally related services and attorney fees obtained between October 7, 2020 and the date of complete execution of agreement in an amount not to exceed $13,000 total. Motion by Board Member Coleman, seconded by Board Member Tevilder and Jessuin. 7-0 vote in favor. DN 1010-2122 final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district shall fund educational services in an amount not to exceed $150,000. The district agrees to pay attorney fees in an amount not to exceed $12,500. Motion by Board Member Foster, seconded by Board Member Lieberman. Vote 7-0 in favor. DN 1008-2122 final settlement agreement. Kindly note the settlement is as follows. The district shall fund educational services in an amount not to exceed $40,000. Motion by Board Member Coleman, seconded by Board Member Foster. It was a 7-0 vote in favor. Final one is DN 1009-2122 final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district shall fund educational services in an amount not to exceed $24,000. The district agrees to pay attorney fees in an amount not to exceed $41,000. Motion made by Board Member Leon Vasquez, seconded by Board Member Coleman, and that was a 7-0 vote in favor of accepting. So those are the readouts. Now we come to approval of the agenda. Before I ask for motion, I would like to pose to my colleagues that I believe we should pull for a future meeting because of the late start. We should pull item G1, which is our district-wide sustainability plan progress update, which we will bring back at a future meeting. And we should pull H3, provide feedback on DAC charges for 21-22. So I would like to pull both, and I'd like to move item I1, adopt resolution 2104, National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month, to after our commendation. So do I have a motion to accept? Thank you. So I've moved by Board Member Tevilder and Jessuin, seconded by Board Member Smith. That would be the amended agenda. We do have, I believe, a public comment on the agenda. Sorry, let me say this too. We have over 78 public comments already. So in order to get the business of the district done, hear from parents, and be out of here before Friday, public comments will be limited to 1 minute. All public comments tonight will be limited to 1 minute so that we can hear from the public and get through this meeting.
Okay, so are you ready to?
Yeah.
So Nikki Kohlhoff, you have 1 minute.
The speaker's time is up.
So that is the end of public comment on the agenda. We have a motion to accept the amended agenda. I'll do a roll call vote. Keith? Yes. Jennifer? Yes. Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
And I should ask, Sarah, do we have any student board members with us tonight? My mic is hot and I want to hear if we have student board members here. So Felix, if you can hear me, once we make you a co-host, I will ask you for your vote on whether to approve the amended agenda or not. Yes. And Craig, your vote for the amended agenda? Craig Foster, can you hear me? I see, yes, thank you. And we've made you a co-host, Craig, so you can unmute. Okay, I'll read this here. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. So we can do it piece by piece. Every agenda item tonight has more than 10 speakers, with the exception of the approval of the agenda. Every other item has more than 10 speakers, so we can address it that way. I'm happy to take if you want to make I don't even know if it's a friendly amendment. I think you can make a substitute.
I think, may I make a suggestion?
Until such a time as we amended the policy to be able to address public comment based on the entire scope of the meeting, I would ask that we go on an agenda item by item.
Richard, you were going to make a comment on this?
I'm happy for that. I was just going to say that we'd already voted. I was going to point out that we'd already voted on the item, so the agenda has been approved. And then just one way just for our colleagues to know that none of us objected to the ruling, not to the ruling, but of the position of the chair. So, but clearly, Mr. Foster, Member Costa, Craig, our friend, his microphone was muted. So, as I understand it, you'll allow us an opportunity this evening to know the number of persons who signed up at each item, and then if there was a motion from this board to limit, we would do that.
Yeah.
And to be clear, I'm not objecting to the limiting of time. I'm objecting to what is potentially a change of practice. And also, Richard, I didn't vote yes. I was going, I can't speak. I voted yes.
Lori?
Let me just add, I'm reading from the board bylaw. What it actually says is the board may, this is just one paragraph. The board may limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. Now, we also have never invoked the 30-minute limit. So the real issue, so that's another option. I would prefer to hear, for instance, if there were 80 people on one item, I'd rather give them each a minute than say 30 minutes and then 50 of you are cut off. So there's some kind of discretion we have to exercise. And again, if we don't like the way this is worded, to your point, Craig, we can amend this further so it gives greater clarity for the future. I'm open to that too. But anyway, I'm just reading this in this moment. So
So again, yeah, we're going to move forward. So I was going to ask the student board members if they wanted to approve the agenda to get their vote. Okay, so Felix?
Yeah, I'm not exactly supposed to vote.
We're approving the amended agenda, so you can do a yes, a no, or you can abstain. Thank you, Felix. And Nathan, are you with us?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Nathan. I appreciate that. We will move to approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes from September 2nd. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as submitted? Moved by Maria, seconded by Jennifer. Do we have any comments or corrections for the minutes? Do we have any public comments on the minutes?
I
Sarah?
don't
I don't
see
believe
any,
you
but I'm
are.
gonna need Sarah, since there's so many,
Sarah, do we
to
have
back
public
me up
comments
here.
on the minutes? Okay, so then I'll do a roll call vote to approve the minutes as submitted. Keith? Yes. Jennifer? Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
Staying on the-
Okay, Felix?
Yes.
Nathan?
Yes.
Thank you so much, and I'm a yes, so the minutes are approved. Brings us to item D, Board of Education commendations, recognitions. Celebration of National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month. Dr. Drade will introduce the item.
Yes, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jacqueline Mora, who will introduce the presentation.
So good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Dradi, and Executive Cabinet and guests joining us via Zoom. It's a pleasure for me to be able to introduce Mr. Tom Whaley, who will be providing for us a synopsis of the history of mariachi and showcasing our mariachi group in partnership with SMYO this evening. So Mr. Whaley. You're on mute, Mr. Whaley.
As far north as Sinaloa and Durango, and as far south as Puerto. With violins, guitars, and harps, the mariachi groups were small and not typically known outside of regions where they performed. The word mariachi may have come from the now extinct language of the Coca, but both the words etymology and the early history of the form and its followers are unknown. The roots of the mariachi go back hundreds of years. It was the music of country people, music that celebrated the joys, the struggles, and the triumphs of the Mexican people. The mariachi ensemble that is familiar to us today originated in the 19th century, referred to as La Cuna del Mariachi, or the Cradle of Mariachi. In other areas such as Veracruz and Huasteca, the northeast region of the country, the ensemble evolved differently. By the end of the 19th century, the copula, or the vihuela, two violins, and the guitarrón, which replaced the harp, were considered the instruments of the mariachi. From the 19th to the 20th century, migrations from the rural areas into Guadalajara, along with the Mexican government's cultural promotion, gradually relabeled it as son style, with the name of mariachi being used for the urban form. The musical style began to take on national prominence in the first half of the 20th century as it received radio play in the 1920s, and it was presidential inaugurations, By the 1950s, mariachi was becoming more orchestral, but it did not lose its traditional base. The classical guitar, trumpets, and more violins were added to make the ensemble able to play different styles other than the son style. In 2011, UNESCO recognized mariachi as an intangible cultural heritage, joining 6 other entries on the Mexican list of that category. So why is it important to our community? Mariachi music is of the country people. It celebrates their struggles, joys, and growth of the people. Mariachi music is often present at important events and celebrations in the lives of Latino people. It is common to listen to the mariachis at baptisms, weddings, on holidays, and even at funerals. Another reason why mariachi became so popular is that it portrayed the spirit of Mexico. Mexican people can rely on mariachi music to express feelings, depict everyday life, or honor Mexican history. Incorporating mariachi training in the school curriculum ensures the continuing transmission of music that is vital to the identity of the Hispanic population. Music teachers for the musical traditions of their own cultural heritage, as well as those of other countries. Participation in meaningful musical performances can help students take pride in themselves and add a powerful dimension to their education. How long has our music program, mariachi music program, been in place in our district? The mariachi program in SMMUSD was initiated in the spring of 2019 at Edison Language Academy, with our 5th grade students in Santa Monica meeting after school on Tuesdays each week from 3:30 to 4:30. 5 of our elementary music teachers attended the National Mariachi Workshop Professional Development Conference, which was held each year before COVID. The following year, the program expanded to include 5th grade students and middle school students in the 2019-20 school year. The middle school portion was implemented through a partnership with the Santa Monica Youth Orchestra, as we affectionately call SMYO, and that took place and still does at Virginia Avenue. Virginia Avenue. What is our long-term vision for mariachi in our district? COVID has impacted enrollment in music programs across the state and nation. We are fortunate that our mariachi music program has continued to expand and grow each year, even through COVID and Zoom. Our program started in the spring of 2019 and has been growing at the middle school level ever since. Next year, in the 22-23 year, the program will finally reach the high school level, and we have been working with Santa Monica College to offer mariachi as a dual enrollment class, similar to classes like jazz band that is currently being held after school, and that is why my voice is shot, because I just taught a class outside. Our goal is for mariachi students to be able to earn 2 units of college credit per semester for free, as well as semi-high credit for the first 2 years of the class. Our teachers and I are very thankful to the board for their commitment to support the mariachi program with dedicated funds from Measure R. These funds and additional funds from grants from the LA Arts Commission and the City of Santa Monica has helped purchase 55 guitars, 9 vihuelas, 6 guitarrones, trumpets, method books, sheet music, and even more notes, the ties that the students wear when they perform. With any successful music program, there must be a strong feeder. And we have definitely established a strong pipeline of young mariachi musicians and singers for the future at Santa High. We are all hoping to get back to teaching wind and voice inside and presenting live again sometime soon. As many of you probably know, all string instruments can be taught inside wearing masks, socially distant, according to LA Public Health guidelines. Wind players and singers must currently be outside, and we also have provided singers masks for our singers and special PPE for our wind players to be outside as well. So at this time, I would like to introduce the director of the Santa Monica Youth Orchestra, Ms. Sham Fasa, and her assistant, Olivia Thompson-Bissett, and they will share some videos featuring the SMMUSD mariachi students participating in the partnership between SMYO and SMMUSD. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I want to thank the board. I want to thank Dr. Mora and for allowing us to show the hard work that we've done with the kids, both pre-COVID and during COVID. So Olivia is going to share with you two pieces. One of them is going to be La Bruja that we performed at COVID, and that we performed during the San Diego Spring Festival. team that works with these kids, our program manager, Olivia Johnson-Bissett. All of our faculty are all professional mariachi in the city. So lucky to have a team to work with, and the school district is a joy to work with. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. It is much appreciated, and it's good to start the meeting with a little youthful music. In keeping with our presentation, I would like to move, like we did as we changed our agenda, to item I1, which is adopt resolution number 2104, National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month. And I'd like to ask Board Member Lam Vasquez to read the resolution, please.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. And just as a side note, thank you so much, Tom, and for all the instructors that have carried forward with this mariachi program. It was one of those things that when I've been here in this district for 20 years, and how do we begin to diversify our great music program? And the only way you could do that is to be able to introduce music where there's a heritage, there's something that a cultural piece where I think our kids can identify to. And I think this mariachi program has just done that. If you saw the diversity of all the young players, musicians from our district, it's fantastic. And if you would ask them if they would have been in the music program, I bet you a lot of them would have said no if it wasn't for this mariachi program. So anyway, thank you so much for the hard work of everybody, and hopefully the parents will really inspire, and the children and the students as they hear this music will be inspired to become part of this program. So thank you so much. I'm indebted. Okay, so here we go, the resolution. And I'm going to change it just a little bit up because I don't know whether I'm like agreeing with some of the terms, but anyway. Whereas the Latino American community consists of distinct groups, including people from Mexico, the Caribbean, Central America, South America, and the Iberian Peninsula. And whereas Latinos have had an important part of this history and heritage of the Americas. And whereas we celebrate the achievements of Latino Americans and their important part of this history and heritage of our nation. And whereas Latino Americans have enriched our community through contributions in many professions and fields, including education, law, government, business, science, sports, and the arts. And one of those happens to be my mentor, Dolores Huerta. And whereas the hard work and determination of Hispanic Latino Americans continue to inspire all those who dream of a better life for themselves and their families, and SMMUSD is one of those big parts that will lead to that, to offer a better life for our students here in this district. We therefore be it resolved that during National Latino Heritage Month, the Santa Monica-Malibu Unified School District joins with all Americans in celebrating this rich and diverse culture and encourages all members of our community to recognize the important role that Latinos are in creating and building this great nation. We further resolve that appropriate lessons and units of study about the contributions of Latinos, Americans of Latino descent, be made a part of the school, the school district lessons, and not just only presented during this, during this month of Hispanic Heritage Month, but also throughout the whole year. Anyway, we pass and adopt this. There's a little typo here, but we pass and adopt this 22nd day of September 2021 by the Santa Monica-Malibu Unified School District Board of Education.
But we haven't passed it yet. This was on the agenda for September 2nd, so I will ask for a motion if you'd like to make one.
I will move that.
And seconded by Board Member Lieberman. I'll take a roll call vote for this resolution. Keith?
Yes.
Jennifer? Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Felix? If Felix is there, I'll go to Nathan. Nathan?
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'm a,
Felix raised his hand.
oh, Felix. Felix is a yes. Thank you so much. And I'm a yes as well. So thank you all so much. And thank you to Tom Whaley and his team for bringing that wonderful presentation to us.
John, I have a quick question. Is the mariachi program available to our Malibu students?
Dr. Moore, do you want to address that?
So right now, the mariachi program is only available here in Santa Monica, but the long-term vision is to also be able to offer it in Malibu. We launched it here as a pilot program, but we will be expanding it.
Thank you. It now moves us to item E, which is our superintendent's report. Dr. Drotti.
Yes, thank you. So for my superintendent's report today, I want to bring on 3 staff members to talk about particularly 2 issues that we've been fielding questions on, which is our ARIES implementation, and then the situation we have with busing shortage, bus driver shortage. So we'll do that, and then lastly, I'll bring on Terry Upton to show a video of the Discovery Building that will expose you to what the new building looks like and the functions of it. So with that said, I would like to invite Bertha Ramon while she's getting ready. As you know, the student information system that every school district has, and you have to have it on, otherwise you have to operate it in card catalogs, like when we were in school. But since the proliferation of technology, all school districts have adopted what we call a student information system. And there's a great range of those. And in the past, we have used Illuminate, and Illuminate, as of last year, has basically sunsetted. They're no longer in the student information system business. So as a result, we were forced to make adjustments to something new. And Bertha Ramon took the staff and key community members through a process of evaluating which SIS system we wanted to adopt, and we ended up landing on ARIES. And it is actually the most prevalent SIS system in the state of California, and it has a lot of benefits. So with that said, I'll bring up Bertha Ramon to talk about our progress and where we are, and the stumbling blocks that we had in implementation due to COVID. But Bertha, why don't you go ahead and take over?
Sure, thank you so much. And can you see my screen? So what I did really quickly was just to come up with a short timeline, just to give the members of the community and the public a little bit of an understanding of the process that we had to take. Thank you so much. So here we are, 2 years after, as Dr. Drotti said, Illuminate abruptly announced it would end of life the student information portion of its we were kind of forced then to transition into a new SIS, just abruptly. Transitioning to a new SIS for any district during normal times is a huge endeavor. We had to do this during a pandemic. We along with over 100 districts that contracted with Illuminate, were forced to start the process of transitioning to a new SIS, regardless of the pandemic that we're in right now as well. Last year, we came to you with our final selection of ARIES as our new SIS, and ARIES ended up taking about 40 or more of the existing Illuminate districts. ARIES, as Dr. Drotti said, is one of the best SISs for the state of California because they have great connections with the state legislature, and they're always looking towards the future to make our lives as we handle student data a lot easier. In December of 2020, our implementation team, after board approval, our implementation team was established. Really, the team was only 4 people. It was myself, our Joy Marianes, our systems administrator, Dr. Bailey, who oversees Sean Walker, who is our CalPADS administrator. So it was really the 4 of us just meeting with ARIES weekly and working on transcribing the entirety of the 14 years of Illuminate into the new, what would be our new SIS system of ARIES. The transition impacted the majority of our staff as well, that had to learn an all new system and be trained on how to use this during their daily activities. We conducted over 200 hours of virtual trainings and are still learning the system as we speak. And reminder, we did this all during a pandemic, as we're trying to work with contact tracing and the rest of the requirements that it has taken to get our schools going. A highlight is that we also had to resync all of our third-party connections. As you remember, we had some issues with Blackboard. Typically, it takes between 4 to 8 weeks to sync only one of these third-party connections. We had to do between 10 to 25 within a very short period of time. We went live with Aries on July 19th, I believe. And really between that day and the first day of school, we had to get all of the schedulings, semester schedules, and student schedules and working properly for the first day of school. So with that, we continue to grow and we continue to launch products. This week, we finalized the launch of the student and parent portals for 6th through 12th grade students, and that also came with some flaws. So, it's a lot of trial and error with that. There were mismatches, for example, with student Google accounts, which caused a delay in portals. There were misassignment of contacts in Aries, which led to possibly giving, emergency contacts their access to their emergency portals. But we're now moving in the right direction and hope to have all parents access to the portals by sometime in August. So like I said, 6th through 12th grade students and parents as of today should have access. We'll follow up with elementaries in the next coming weeks. The reason for that is that we will continue to ask parents to verify their data that was transferred into Aries at some point in this fall. And by September 30th, we're actually going to lose all access to our historical data as it relates to student information in Illuminate. However, we are continuing, and as you can see in the timeline, we're still growing. We need to start building the master schedule for the following school year, right? That is a learning curve as well. Last year, we built our master schedule in Illuminate and then just did the transfer. This year, build the schedule from scratch, create the packet so that students can do online registration and the rest of the process that comes with that. The final goal of course, launching our school year in the fall of 2023. However, Illuminate is not going away. So what I did with this second slide is we will continue to highlight the differences between what we will be keeping and what is moving into Aries SIS. Really, Aries, think about that as this is where our bulk of our student data lives, the demographics. Grades, report cards, gradebook, all of that will eventually 100% live in Aries. The only exception right now is that we are keeping elementary report cards in Illuminate because that is a portion that is not sunsetting, and that is one less task that we have to do right now. So, and the teachers already know it. We don't have to retrain them on how to enter report cards. The student and parent portals also, just as a reminder, will include attendance and gradebook. Eventually, we will continue to launch various other modules of the student and parent portal. I had questions on transcripts, and I had questions on a few other things that we can do with the parent portal. We're just in a limited rollout right now as to what is needed to keep this. And just as a reminder, Illuminate DNA, that is where we do our online assessments still. We are utilizing FastBridge, which is also an Illuminate product. And then that is where we house the bulk of our student data, local student data, and local assessments. So with that concludes my Aries update.
So I'm able to answer any questions that you all might have of me regarding that before we transition to the busing situation. Aries questions?
I would just like to say thank you as a parent of a secondary student. So thank you so much to all of you and your staff, because it looks like it's going to be an amazing system. I know it's not all up and running, and maybe all the teachers don't have all the information in yet, as I think I found out in my students' classes. But
Right. So before I transition to Director Josh Kahn, I just want to say something about, I don't think I introduced Mrs. Ramon properly. She's the Director of Technology, and her last 2 years, her world has just been extremely busy. Remember, we had to roll out almost 10,000 laptops, get everybody educated on all the different pieces of instructional platforms that we had to do, and also get hotspots. She had to drive way out there to I think it's Santa Barbara to get hotspots because we couldn't find any around. So all that while trying to implement the Aries system. So I mean, the work she's done has just been tremendous. So I want to thank her for her team for all the work that they have done in keeping us afloat. Right now, I'm going to bring up our commission director, Mr. Josh Kahn. And I don't know if you've been paying attention to the national news, but there's a huge busing shortage, school busing shortage, a bus driver shortage throughout the nation. And I think I was reading the other day that even New York had to bring in the National Guard to help transport students. And that whole situation has impacted California as well. So we are struggling with a shortage of busing in our system as well. There's all kinds of theories of why that's occurring throughout the nation. Maybe Mr. Khan, I don't know if Mr. Kelly, Dr. Kelly wants to chime in, but there is shortage throughout. We are getting a lot of call, just as we are calling other districts for support, they're calling us for support, and we're just kind of going back and forth. And charters are non-existent because they all got taken up already. So we're going to have to problem solve this situation. Obviously, our transportation impacts the busing that most of the busing internally within school is in Malibu, but then in Santa Monica, mostly special education busing, and then obviously all of our field trips are going to be impacted. And then, and I know a lot of the emails I've been receiving have been around athletics. So we're going to have to prioritize what's what along this way. So, but I'll have Mr. Khan speak to just a shortage of bus drivers, and he's trying feverishly to try to get people to take the test so we can get authorized to drive buses. But like I said, that's a hard situation to even get people to apply. So with that said, Mr. Khan, why don't you kind of let us know what's happening?
Thank you, Dr. Drotti, and good evening, board members. Here at SMMUSD, we are facing a challenge with recruiting and hiring school bus drivers. And I'll speak to what we have done to recruit school bus drivers and what the Personnel Commission is proposing to do to address the challenge as well. But to start, I do want to give some background and context to the current situation. As Dr. Drotti noted, there is a national bus driver shortage that is so severe that the state of Massachusetts has deployed the National Guard to drive school buses. Ohio is anticipating doing the same, and lawmakers have called on governors in New York and New Jersey to respond similarly. So this is to say we aren't the only ones, and within SMMUSD currently, we have 2 existing vacancies, and we have an additional 1 pending. We recruit continuously, which means the job posting does not close, and we test candidates as they apply. Our previous recruitment, which went from January 2020 to July 2021, received 19,000 views and 123 applications, but resulted in 6 applicants that were able to be considered for the job. Our most recent one, which is still active and has been advertising since July, has received just under 1,500 views, but only 2 applications, neither of which met the criteria to be eligible. We haven't been entirely unsuccessful, as over the course of the last year, we handled 3 vacancies, but the dip in applications we're experiencing is clearly impacting our ability to fill the vacancies. And so in an effort to attract more applicants, in August, the Personnel Commission did approve an accelerated hiring rate. This means that all incoming employees would be placed on the very top step of the range, which is $24.88 an hour. So even if someone had very limited experience, they'd still be able to take advantage of this offer and receive more starting out with us than they would at other districts within LA. However, even advertising at this higher rate, it's still less than what some private companies, such as American Transportation, offer, which is $29 an hour, 1,000 for sign-on bonus, which really speaks to how dire the current climate is. So an additional step we are taking is proposing a revision to the minimum qualifications. Currently, we require a high school diploma, 6 months of school bus driving experience, and the state required licenses and certifications in addition to a complete driving record. And so at the upcoming October Personnel Commission agenda, I'll be proposing making the high school diploma and the professional experience driving preferred qualifications, but not required. And obviously, we'll still be maintaining the necessary certifications, licenses, and complete driving. So I anticipate this is going to open up some opportunities for candidates that maybe just received their licenses and certificates that haven't yet gained their experience. And these proposed revisions were made in consultation with Mr. Neil Abramson, our Director of Transportation, and will be going to the Commission on October 3rd for approval by the Personnel Commissions. So I'm happy to address any other questions regarding the recruitment and anything else.
I'll just add, obviously, we have some pressing needs right now, particularly in athletics. There's competition taking place all over. There's a lot of traffic taking place. I think we're really going to have to work close. It doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to try to find access to buses or to other districts or even charters. But like I said, that's all in competition. And a part of what we have to try to figure out is how do we triage and support, possibly elicit support from parents to help drive to certain places. So we're really, we need to problem solve this. Yes.
From what I've heard, the process of getting permission to be able to drive students by parents is a long and laborious one. And so I don't know exactly what it is. And I'm wondering if that's part of the problem solving, if we can figure out how to manage that more quickly, because I just got an email that maybe 2 games this week are getting canceled. And so what I also thought was interesting was that we're only 2 or 3 bus drivers down, but yet we seem to have this major problem in athletics. Is that because we used to use charter buses and outside sources to do that? I was wondering.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Mrs. Kennedy will speak to it a little bit. She oversees the whole division, so.
So some of the issues that we're actually having, yes, we used to use charter buses and what have you. Many of those that we used before are out of business, or they don't have enough drivers either. Most of them, and then the little tiny ones that are starting to come on, they'd rather go with somebody like LA Unified, because it's a guaranteed every single solitary day kind of a situation, or they're already in contract with them. So we're having a hard time wrestling that up as well. We've also looked at truck drivers. There's a shortage of truck drivers out there right at this moment, hence the reason there's supply issues going to stores and what have you. So as far as the piece that you're talking about for the parents driving and what have you, we have to have stringent, it's just the law. You know, we don't want to just throw a child into a car or something like that and have something happen. We're liable for that, so.
No, of course, but
Yeah, we can certainly look at revisit our process. I didn't realize that was a huge barrier there, but I know our athletic directors, house principals, and assistant principals in Malibu have been looking at possibly doing that. So I will. It's just right now we have to manage so many different areas, but that's an area we have to kind of look at and see how we can alleviate that.
Thank you. Mr. Khan, I heard you mention that in Massachusetts and there's a contemplation in Ohio and New York and using the National Guard to provide services for transportation. Does that take a mandate from a governor or a state agency to invoke that? Or perhaps could the district, speak to, hey, where's our National Guard here in the state of California, and can they provide said services as they're doing back in the East Coast and the Midwest?
My understanding is that it is come at the state level, that request. But there, for example, in New York and New Jersey, there is that internal pressure coming from those state lawmakers to call on the governor to call on the National Guard to step in and provide those services.
Right, and so understandably, this issue of challenges with bus drivers and transportation for students and for student athletes is, clearly it's not just an issue with the Santa Monica-Malibu Unified School District, but many districts across the state are probably facing the same issue. So perhaps, we might want to speak to our legislators, speak to our California School Boards Association to try and move this issue to the level that Mr. Khan was speaking to try and get some additional support, perhaps from the National Guard in this way.
Dr. Dradi? One of the other things is that on the transportation side of it is that, I'm sorry, I just lost train of thought. Just a second, I clicked this button. On the National Guard piece and what have you, the piece that we're really, as a school district, any school district, at least in the state of California, probably in the nation, quite honestly, is responsible for transporting students is our special ed students. So anything like general ed or athletics or anything like that, we're not necessarily responsible. I know that there are programs and there are things that we want to move our kids back and forth from, but that might play into the piece of whether or not to get a National Guard or something to that effect.
I think that kind of warrants maybe a little bit more review, and I think it's also always helpful to see precedent somewhere. And if they can do it in New York, we can do it in California.
We'll keep you posted on that. It's not something we're going to rest on, and we have to find a solution. And then the last piece is more. If you remember the last 6 months, that I was so proud to have ribbon cuttings for 2 of our facilities. One was in Malibu, in which we had a ribbon cutting in April for the brand new shiny middle school building. It looks wonderful. If you haven't gotten a chance to go out there and check it out, please check it out. So we had a ribbon cutting for that, and we were scheduled to have a ribbon cutting for the Discovery Building in August, but with the Delta variant surging as it was, we thought it was irresponsible to bring people together like that. So we did create a video instead, and we pushed it out to families to watch. So I want to invite Mr. Carey to at least show it, since we didn't get a chance to go out and celebrate ourselves. But Carey can definitely, Mr. Upton can definitely show us the video.
Thank you, Dr. Trotty. Let me see if I can get it all set up here, and we will go. Hopefully you can see my screen, and here we go.
Carrie, when you shared your screen, did you also hit share audio? Because we can't hear the audio.
I did not. Let me try that one and do that again.
I think you have to unshare first and then reshare.
Okay, I will be doing that. Hopefully this will work. This evening to the discussion that will allow for instructional practices to grow, so that this would become a collaborative opportunity for our students. As you explore this beautiful space, you will see classrooms that have open doors that allow what's happening inside the classroom to flow into areas that are our teachers are now embracing this collaborative environment so that knowledge that our students can gain through a collaborative atmosphere. We will utilize this space in a way that we have used our school before. So thank you for joining us this afternoon.
the senior class secretary for 2022. Now, we're here today to tell you about the Discovery Building, which is phase 1 of phase 2 of the Samuel High campus plan. The Discovery Building is in relationship with the Innovation Building, which is essentially phase 0 of remaking Samuel High for the 21st century students. The bleacher stairs behind me offer a quick entrance to the second floor classrooms and lecture and performance spaces.
The cafeteria spills out of the Discovery Building, providing an indoor-outdoor meeting and eating area, perfect for our California climate. I personally enjoy eating lunch outside of the cafeteria or in the many new seating options around the Centennial Park. The Discovery Building opened to students on August 19th, 2021, on time after 20 months of construction.
Hi, my name is Brandon Heron. I'm an incoming senior and I'm also ASU Vice President. We are currently located in the brand new Samuel High cafeteria, or as we like to call it, the Vikings Ballroom. This area can seat up to 750 people and supports student lunches, meetings, performances, and other gatherings. The cafeteria also features 3 large folding doors that allow the indoors to be out and the outdoors to be in. We are also right in front of the brand new historical display from the old cafeteria. This embodies all of the history and eras throughout the last Samuel High years, so it's super exciting to have it back.
Hello, I am Alona Delavan and I'm your ASB historian. I'm a senior here at Santa Monica High School. Every day there are 2,800 students at Santa Monica High School, all of them which eat lunch at the same exact time. The goal is here to quickly serve all these students a nutritional meal to help keep them refreshed and replenished for the remainder of the day. This survey has been designed to get the students in and out quickly as efficiently as possible. In addition to this, there are multiple stations that provide for a variety of options. Behind the server is a state-of-the-art missionary kitchen, which makes the food every single day. In addition to this kitchen staff also makes food for other schools in Santa Monica.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Lopez. I'm a senior class treasurer, and welcome to the Special Education Life Skills Suite. This room is specifically designed to cater to our special education's unique needs. This suite includes 2 large accessible classrooms and their own common areas with a balcony. It is equipped with a full kitchen, washer, dryer, and work areas for those students to acquire life skills along with their academic learning.
Hi, I'm Nathan Cosmos and I'm a student member of the board at Samuel High.
I'm Mira Wangbaza and I'm the sophomore class secretary.
Through these glass walls is the new multi-purpose room. It replaces the old staff cafeteria. This is a meeting and instructional space for a broad range of meetings, gatherings, and educational opportunities. It has a movable wall that can divide the room into 2 rooms. Coming up the ramps, you walk onto the raised floors. All the educational areas in the building have raised floors. Under these raised floors run the electrical, data, water, and air systems. This was designed to improve the flexibility of the building. Education is changing, and this is something we knew before COVID. Now it is not in question. The challenge with most of the building on campus and practically all education buildings is that they were not built to be flexible. As education has changed, they have become obsolete. The building was designed to be flexible and to adapt to a variety of learning styles as needed to change as education changes. The walls of the building are constructed on the raised floor in a way that they can move in over a summer and remove the walls, rearranging the educational spaces to adapt in education.
This is the first educational building to be designed and constructed from scratch in the open building concept.
Hello, hi, I'm Kerry Upton. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the Santa Monica-Malibu High School. One of the great things about the Discovery Building is that it is a flexible learning space. So everything about it was designed to create opportunities for different kinds of learning, different modes of learning, we might say. Also, we treat the entire building as a learning space. We have these common areas where students can use the projectors, the white walls, where they can meet as in small groups or individuals, so that the whole room, the whole building is actually a learning space.
Just so much more conducive to learning in the 21st century than the old, fixed, tiny language building, history building, and the thought that 100 years from now, this building could still be standing and it's able to be fixed and shifted and adapted for whatever that century learning style is. It's just really exciting.
Coming in here and just
having a state-of-the-art building with all the technology and the ability to have groups for desks and kids and moving around and just more space to actually teach.
Curriculum in schools cannot be stagnant. We must embrace the new world in front of us. Today's students should develop their own driving questions, conduct research, contact experts, and create final projects to share, all using devices that are already at their hands.
80 years Santa Monica High School has been waiting for this kind of renovation, and now we have both innovation and discovery building. Our 21st century education is now happening in 21st century classrooms. We have outdoor spaces, we have a pool, we have a cafeteria with proper food for our kids. We have learning spaces that are flexible to change as we change as a community. Look, we're not finished, there's more to do, but this is such a great start for our campus.
At the top of Discovery is the rooftop classroom and science lab. This space will be completed and ready for use at the end of September. The 100-foot by 30-foot facility with stunning views of the Santa Monica Bay provides outdoor classrooms for open-air learning. At the south end will be a science lab with a weather station, raised garden beds, aquaponics, aquariums, and a panel that demonstrates the technical functions and sustainability measures of the building. Above our heads are some of the many photovoltaic panels, solar panels, that provide up to 40% of the building's energy.
Hi everybody, I'm California State Senator Ben Allen, and I'm very happy to be part of the virtual unveiling of the new Discovery Building at Santa Monica High School. As a graduate of Samuel High, I'm excited about the learning opportunities that the Discovery Building will provide for thousands of high school students. The Discovery Building is a state-of-the-art teaching facility with flexible learning spaces that will serve generations of students. I'm a former school board president. I'm also a former chair of the California State. Those hats on, I really would love to express my appreciation to the residents of Santa Monica who always stepped up to support education in our community and the construction of this amazing facility. We couldn't be together in person today to celebrate the grand opening of this great building, but our students and our staff and our broader Santa Monica community are already enjoying the new facilities, and they're going to continue to do so. But one of our great Santa Monica teachers, this building shows how much our community respects education. Congratulations, Santa Monica. Go Vikings.
So Dr. Drotti, I'm assuming that is the end of the superintendent report?
Yes.
Thanks so much, Carrie Upton, for sharing the video with us. It's inspiring, and it's always good for us to take a moment and look at some of the positive improvements that are happening on campus. We tend to focus on other issues sometimes, so we appreciate you bringing that to our attention tonight. We had one public speaker who signed up to comment on this item. Heather Alfano, if you're listening, if you have a comment on either Aries, the issues in transportation, or the Discovery Building, we would love to take your public comment on that. If it's any other topic, though, it would be impermissible to give that comment now. So if Ms. Alfano is there, she can let us know if she wanted to speak on one of those three topics or if this was a sign-up mistake. Okay, well, that solves that issue then for us. Okay, thank you. So let's go to consent then. We have item F, consent. What I'd like to do on this, because we do have a large number of comments on this, let's hear from the members of the public. And then if any board members would like to pull any items of consent for further discussion, we can do so at that time. So let's hear from the members of the public who want to address consent.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
How many speakers do we have on the item?
I believe we have 11 speakers on consent.
I move that we allot each of the speakers 1 minute to speak.
I believe that the discretion lies with me if there's board approval for it. So I will look around to see if there's other board approval for that. Okay, so yeah, I see at least 4 hands up, so that carries. So on consent, speakers will have 1 minute. Lori is having a hard time finding them.
I'll get to them. No, I found them. I just don't know. Want to get theirs. I don't want to miss anyone.
It starts with line item 12.
12. Okay. Chevy Baruch, followed by. Let me move down this list. Wait a minute. What? Okay, followed by David Novell and then Heather Zimmerman.
Hi, may I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to know three questions. One, is Santa Monica-Malibu USD is the originating LEA, or is Santa Monica-Malibu USD considered a subscribing LEA? The DPA for Dr. Now does not state that the Santa Monica-Malibu USD is the originating LEA, and that should be clarified. Two, as F3 collaborated with drnow.net and coordinated a future merger or acquisition by drnow.inc, the DPA/SDPA sure looks like that, and given that what we know happened with Illuminate Ed being bought by a private international investment fund, and they also buying up Foxbridge and other testing companies, as well as having been fed the MDTP math assessment data, it is only right to recognize.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. David Novell, followed by Heather Zimmerman, followed by Jane Rain.
Okay. Good afternoon. Just as a continuation, the math assessment data, it is only right to recognize that this is where this vendor seems headed. If that were to occur, it means that all the student PII and health medical records will become the property of this Bellevue company. About Dr. Now from their website. Dr. Now is a software and services provider in the healthcare IT space. Dr. Now is focused on solving healthcare problems by providing machine-based learning, AI, robot process automation, voice recognition, natural language processing, and our patent-pending human-in-the-loop system that enables technology to be used where it has the maximum impact on the overall workflow and business. Some key areas include automating document management flow, patient health record management, end-to-end dictation to node workflow, and scalable cloud-native architecture for enabling best-of-breed infrastructure and services. The Dr. Now platform can be deployed on any public cloud provider such as Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud Platform, and on-premise.
The speaker's time is up.
In bringing the SMMUSD together with this vendor.
Thank you. Sarah, I take it Heather Zimmerman you didn't find. Okay, I take it they are together in some way. Okay. Jane Rain, followed by Maria Loya, followed by Jill Hawkins.
Well, with F3 play and bringing the SMUSD. Based on page 20 under Article 4, Section 7 allows the vendor to use these student data for adaptive learning or customized student learning, including generating personalized learning recommendations. Number 3, what is SDPC? That's another question. No definition is provided. Page 19 of the 922 DPA. Why do the supporting documents for Dr. Now not say what they are? Contracts attached to the September 22nd enter under G1I, consent for approval of independent contractors.
The speaker's time is up.
2022. Moreover, it appears one of the 5 documents adopted now.
Thank you. Maria Loya, followed by Jill Hawkins, followed by Nikki Kohlhoff. Nikki is signed up for 5 different items, so do you mean 5 minutes for Nikki, 1 minute for Maria Loya, 1 minute for Jill Hawkins, and then Nikki.
Maria, are you there?
Hi. I'm calling, the PCR test, the inventor of the PCR test, Carrie Mullis, has said these tests were never intended for this diagnostic. There are 70% false positives. Why were temperature checks okay last year and not now? These are invasive products and not intended to use for this. I am requesting equal time with my doctors and scientists, with the board, and with Dr. Garati. I think that's only fair that we have equal time to present the science on both sides. I do not consent to this product, and this is an EUA product and cannot be mandated. It's illegal. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Kohlhoff, you have 5 minutes, 1 minute per item. I guess you can use it however you want, but.
Yeah, I'm a little confused at how you guys are running the consent tonight, but it's really shameful that you couldn't even wait until you vote at the end of the meeting tonight to cut off public comment and public participation by limiting the consent item to 1 item. And so you're cutting it down to 1 minute. I mean, John, if you don't want to sit through comments, resign from the board. This is what being a public servant is about. If you don't want to hear it, go away. I mean, you couldn't even let the meeting start or see what was happening and read the room before cutting it off. We wasted an hour and a half with you guys getting to actual business. You made music presentations and played a PR video as if that's a better use of your time than hearing from the public. You know, just shame on all of you for agreeing to move forward with that. With respect to Dr. Now, back to the numbers though. You know, I recall a meeting in February where Lori got all of her friends from Forward to show up to support demolishing the history building. There were probably similar numbers of public comments at that meeting in the aggregate. And I believe Keene and Lori and others declared that to be the epitome of public participation and what we're looking for in a meeting. You can see that people aren't happy with you here. So you're cutting off the comments before people even get a chance to talk because you can't control the narrative. So, Dr. Now, the issue here is it shouldn't even be on the consent calendar. There's no way this is non-controversial, not deserving of a staff report, and not meriting public comment and board discussion. You guys have presented multiple contracts as the contract because you didn't know what you were doing and you were lying to the public. This is now the 4th version, I think, of the contract that you're calling amended and restated. Even though it never existed before, presented to the public or voted on. So I'm not sure how you can amend and restate something that didn't exist because you postponed the last consent item that had this on it and added late. Do we know if the Dr. Now is even holding up their end of the bargain? It looks like they're batch testing at Samo High. All of the test results come in on a Monday, and they are for exposures from the prior Wednesday through Friday. All of the quarantine dates are based off of the Friday, so it sure looks like they're batch testing. What is the point of getting these results a week later? It would be safer to do rapid antigen and get results and not have positive kids going back into the classroom. But you all insist on moving forward with a contractor who couldn't perform. with a platform that just launched on August 30th. And, they can't deliver. You guys should just admit that it's not working and go back to rapid antigen so we know what people's results are. The contract still doesn't talk about destroying any of the samples. The contract doesn't even say how often he has to test. It just says he gets $5,000 a month at 25 cents a pop. It says he's supposed to deliver 24 to 48 hours. Don't know if that's actually happening. We haven't heard any results back on how the contract is working. So that's Dr. Now. The textbook approval is item 3. Instruction. This is another AP class, and you all still haven't delivered the memo that Dr. Mora allegedly wrote about how AP classes have proprietary information. Richard had commented it was only AP classes, but here's another one. So are our kids going to get the materials? Are they going to be able to study from it? Can they get their tests back? You guys aren't asking any of those questions again, and I think it's been 4 months since this memo was supposedly put together. Moving to 4 and 5 under facilities, these are geotechnical services for the campus assessments. So I think you haven't named it with anything that makes sense. I think these are the bond projects, as you call them, that nobody wanted and you moved forward with anyway. Why are we spending $147,000 on geotechnical services when you haven't come back to hear if we have any designs that are being tested? That seems out of order, or at least allowing the spending of good money after bad without any checks and balances. Personnel, we don't need to increase staffing for PR. I don't want to see another pitch video in a school board meeting. That's not what we're here for. Gail doesn't need more staff for PR. She needs, at best, somebody to actually post documents so we don't have to keep asking for them. You're also increasing the pay of the PR person. Again, not necessary for somebody who's just going to post documents so that there's actually a public record. So I guess this is the last meeting you get to hear about all the consent items. So
The speaker's time is up.
and you're going to bury them in the future. Bad governance.
Thank you. We see that Maria Loya is here. So Maria, you have 1 minute.
The vendors or the contractors are going to protect the students' data. It's stated that the data is stored. What are they doing to protect the data from hacking? It also, I'm also concerned about the students' DNA that's being collected. They say they're going to destroy it. How is that going to happen? There was no information as to the process and how
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. I think I'm looking at, that is the end of the speakers on consent.
Okay, so I will, now that we've heard from the public on consent, I will ask if there's a motion to move consent as presented, or does anybody need to pull anything from consent? Yes, Maria.
Well, I know that there's in the, what do you call it, the purchase order. I don't know if we want to pull it out because there's an item in there of SMC. They were making a payment, SMC, for dual enrollment books reimbursement. Just as that just one item. We can just pull the purchase order. Yeah.
And we'll just vote for them.
Are there any other items to pull?
Greg?
I don't see anything from, great, so I'll ask for a motion to approve consent minus item 2.1, the approval of purchase orders.
Can I just make one comment before we vote on this?
Well, can I get the motion and then the comment, Craig?
Sure. No
So
problem.
moved by Jennifer, is there a second? By Keith. Yes, Craig, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say I continue to be really concerned about privacy, and it's a cutting edge, really complicated subject that no school district could be asked to be expert in, but we have to be. And my limit for continuing to support things that our community or members of our community are deeply concerned about without some sort of really cutting edge privacy policy that we apply as boilerplate to anything we get involved in is coming to an end. So I'll be voting to yes tonight in support of moving forward in a crisis and getting things done. But we really, really need to get a specialized privacy lawyer to write us a policy that makes sure that our data is not used in any way by anybody without outside of the narrow purposes that we need to use.
Great, thanks, Craig. Lori, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think you've raised this before, and I think that people generally agree that privacy concerns in a general way are something we care about. And so to your point about getting a more, I don't know, higher level, or maybe it's more detailed level, I'm not sure what it is. We do now have a lawyer who has advised us, she was at the last meeting, and who has advised us with respect to the particular contracts on the consent agenda. And maybe that person is the right person to do what you're talking about, which is to give us a more higher level, both higher level and more detailed level, more fine-grained level, maybe at the same time, but to address, I think, the concerns you're raising, which I think it's fair to say that everyone cares about. Nobody here is looking to mine people's data or to misuse data that gets collected for very specific reasons. So I guess I would say we should refer that issue to staff, because I think I agree with you, Craig. And I did want to say that I think that in particular, again, we've had a privacy lawyer look at the contracts that we have here with those same goals in mind. And so I'm comfortable with the particular contracts that are on tonight with respect to that.
Thank you. Is there any other board member comment on this? We have a motion by, yes, Keith.
And thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Foster. There are statutes that are on the books that relate to school districts and student data protection. One is called FERPA, and that's the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. And the other one is much more specific, actually two data issues, and that's the COPPA, which is the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. And, the district is aware of that and moving in that direction to sort of provide those kinds of protections for all of our students.
Thank you so much, Keith. Okay, seeing no other comments, we have a motion and a second on the table to approve consent minus item 2.1. So I'll do a roll call. Keith?
Yes.
Jennifer? Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Nathan?
Yes.
Felix?
Yes.
And let me, and I'm a yes as well. Nathan and Felix, I don't have your cell phone numbers yet. I will make sure that you get my cell phone number from Sarah in case you have a comment that you want to make during the meeting. You are board members, and if you would like to engage in this discussion, we would like to hear from you. So the best way to get, because we are still in this virtual world, I will make sure you have a way to contact me directly so we can hear from you. For tonight, if you want to get involved in the discussion, please raise your hand and we will find you off the old-fashioned Zoom way. But we're very glad to have you here tonight. Do I have a, thanks. Do I have a motion to approve item 2.1, purchase orders on consent? Moved by Jennifer, seconded by Lori. Are there any comments on the purchase orders? So I will do a roll call. Keith?
Yeah.
Jennifer? Richard?
Abstention due to my employment at Santa Monica College.
So you're abstaining?
Abstention due to my employment
Okay,
at Santa Monica.
I couldn't hear you because
I'm
of the
sorry,
mask.
because of the mask. Sorry,
Yes.
friend.
Maria?
Thank you.
Abstention.
Due to the, do you want to?
Employment at Santa Monica.
Great, thank you. I think it's fair, as public servants, if we abstain from a vote, we owe the public that brief description. Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Felix?
Yes.
Nathan?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that takes us through all of consent. we have a timestamp item at 7:30 that we have 4 minutes of leeway to get to, but we're going to move to that right now. I'd like to just pose to my colleagues, study session G2, student performance, lead lag performance data. We're not going to get to that tonight. So I'd like to table that for a future meeting.
So moved.
Okay, quick roll call to table this. Keith? Jennifer? I see a yes. Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori? Greg?
Yeah, yes.
Felix?
Yes.
Nathan?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. I do not in any way want to downplay the importance of us
Yeah.
using this data as a means of addressing places where students need support. That is why we do this. This is an important presentation, and we don't want to do it at 11 o'clock at night or 12 o'clock at night when our public can't hear it. Great. So now we have a timestamp item, H1, update on COVID-19 and the fall 2021 semester. Dr. Drotti.
Good, thank you. So I'll spend a little time just talking about where we are. As you know, there's a lot of moving parts with COVID-19. So we know that the pandemic is still raging throughout the nation. California is actually doing pretty well, and LA is doing pretty well. I just think the decisions made by our elected leaders in encouraging people to wear masks and get vaccinated. So as a result, California is doing pretty well, and thank you for that. But to public for really wearing their stuff. I was just in another state watching my son play football, and that was not the case in some of the other states. So I see why there's a difference between California and some other states. I'm going to focus today on just where we are with our surveillance testing, since that's really the piece that it has taken a lot of energy and time with our staff and our community. So as you know, we are implementing the protocols that the Board of U helped us adopt with the masking indoors, outdoors, except in particular situations where people are supervised outside. The mandatory vaccination for staff, and you saw on Friday that analysis of where we are with that, and then a deadline to have those accomplished by October 1st. And then lastly, our testing. And as you know, that has been the toughest area to try to coordinate and put in place. And thank you to our families that really kind of paid attention, that asked us to provide information. And we've done all we can to try to provide the necessary information for people to have to respond. The contract you just approved was a culmination of taking a lot of the information from communities and then readjusting it and actually moving away from our general template for contracts and actually having a special contract that's more detailed with responses with people's questions. So hopefully, as people read that contract that they approve for Dr. Now and Malibu Medical, you'll see a lot of those questions and concerns addressed in that contract. So with that, I'm glad to say out of the approximately 10,000 students we have, we can count 30 that have not consented. Okay, I'm gonna repeat that. We have 30 that have not consented. So that's thank you to the work of the principals, the administrators, the teachers, and more importantly to the community for cooperating with us in this effort. This takes a team. It's not just us and them, but it's all us working together. And as I mentioned earlier, California is doing better because people are compliant about these issues, and we take these issues serious. And to get 30 people within the last 3 weeks of testing, I think that's pretty good. The 30 we are working with, we're in communication. In fact, I'll be communicating with a lot of them this week. I saw some this morning, communicated with some. So just try to encourage them to understand. But at some point, we're gonna have to really cut, not at some point, but this week, we're making a final determination on whether they can access our campuses or not. So hopefully we'll get that brought down to zero, hopefully. And then if not, we'll provide other opportunities to educate the students. 3 weeks of testing. as I mentioned, a lot of work. The companies and the school sites have gotten better and better and more efficient. Each week we learn, each experience we learn. There were a lot of ups and downs during the process. A lot of people working over the weekends and things like that. As you can see in my messaging, I'm constantly putting out information of where our struggles are and the adjustments we need to make. For example, Friday tests proved to be a problem because the results came on the weekend. Well, it was to watch the nurses work on the weekend and our principals work over the weekend. We couldn't have that. We need them fresh for the week, and so we made some adjustments on that. We're in the process of hiring more support for contact tracing, and we're finalizing the details of that. And then, like I said, every week we're just learning to make it more efficient. Our struggles have been the short-term quarantines. That's a statewide issue, and we're trying to resolve that. And in fact, this past Thursday, the Department of Public Health adopted the state's adopted the state's recommendation for what we call a modifying quarantine. And I want to make sure people understand what that is. You all have information I sent out this past, I believe we sent out 2 letters, one on Friday, one on Monday, describing what modified quarantine is. And so when I say modified quarantine, I'm not talking about going from 10 days of quarantine to 7. That is an opportunity we can use to quarantine just 7 days if we have some things in place. But the modified quarantine I'm talking about is quarantining students on campus. I want to say that again. Modified quarantine means you can quarantine students on campus. And that's with in-school transmission, in-school exposures. And so a class-to-class exposure with an index case, somebody that's positive, with the class, normally we will go through a contact tracing in which we either quarantine the entire class or specific people around that index student. But this modified quarantine gives us the ability to actually keep everybody that's in close contact on campus, but quarantined. And we would have, but there's some requests that we actually do quarantine them. They have to be, and people have to be masked. So if there was a student in class that was not masked next to the index student, then that student that was not masked wouldn't be able to qualify. It's only when somebody is fully masked. A part of the work means a struggle then is we have to establish a second tier of testing because those students have to be tested twice during the week. So we have to really lift up and put up a different testing system besides the one we have for surveillance testing. And Dr. Now is actually ready to help us with that. So our nurses have worked all week to put pieces in place for that to occur. Obviously, you all have to approve whether we do that or not. But the point is, us having that infrastructure ready helps us 2 ways. One way is if we are going to execute the modified quarantine, that helps. But let's just say you decide to say let's not do that, then that infrastructure helps us be able to track and bring students back earlier from a 10 quarantine day to 7-day quarantine. So having that infrastructure in place knocks out two birds with one stone. But in order for all that to occur, there's some logistics that have to occur, and we really have to know who's who on campus, who's quarantining, and have a regimen of schedules, or we invite people to test, when to test, and so on, to be able to manage all that. And that takes work. And as I mentioned earlier, our even before the modified quarantine, our staff was already stressed already. So what we have to do is really, if we're going to do this, then it needs to be where we're not going to just drive our staff crazy and it becomes impossible. We think we can do it. We need lead time. So far, my conversations with the nurses and some of the health support that we have, some doctors that we've been talking to that have been advising us, and also our administration is being met. We think this is moving very fast. At the fastest pace, we think October 1st will be the first day we can do the modified quarantine. But I say that's fast, meaning we have to manage the stress of the staff along the way because we still gotta operate schools and we gotta operate everything else. So anyway, that's what's taking place. We'll provide more information on that, and I'm sure you'll have questions. You'll have questions. So that's the modified quarantine. It's just really about the logistics, having people ready, and we have to assign people to do activities, trace people, find out where people are, and lastly, one of the areas of modified quarantine is students won't be able to eat next to other students who are quarantined, meaning because when you eat, you have to take your mask off, right? When you eat, you have to take your mask off. You're supposed, and in that case, you cannot be around other students, otherwise those students become exposed. So we have to figure out, okay, where do we eat? And then if we do isolate a certain area for them to eat, is that an embarrassing situation where people know, okay, those are the quarantine kids, all those things we have to kind of weigh and really think about. And then lastly, when people check in, we might have to have separate lines from the general population for us to identify who's who and so on. So the information that's sent to families, hopefully you read that. I know there's a lot of nuances to it. I realize families don't want to see a lot of that stuff there, and I will, with the new communications people, they're gonna help us limit the information, possibly create videos and things to help people digest information better. But I can tell you, I struggle and we struggle with, if we don't give enough information, we get flooded with questions. And we try to do through Q&A, but we have an impatient community sometimes. They want the information now. If we give too much stuff, that's too much. So we're trying to find ways to be able to streamline the messaging that's going to go out to people. And I think us having the communication people is going to help us. I was going to talk about the busing situation right now, but I think we covered that with the superintendent's report. And then lastly, what I want to say is all this rigmarole with contact tracing, quarantining, stops with vaccines. Okay, the complexity stops with vaccines. When a person is vaccinated, they do not have to quarantine if they are exposed. If they're asymptomatic, but if they're exposed, we don't have to quarantine. So let's just imagine all of our secondary students are vaccinated. There wouldn't be a need for contact tracing unless it is a person that's actually symptomatic. We would just continue doing our business. So this is a pitch to people out there. If you have not gotten vaccinated, please get vaccinated. It helps you, it helps us. It helps us help your students, that we don't have to deal with all that. Obviously, the next topic you guys are going to talk about the vaccines, but I guess I put that in there just to say, what if everybody was vaccinated in our system that could be vaccinated? What would that help us with? I think there's some positives to that.
So let's look for some clarifying questions. Richard?
This is a clarifying question. Dr. Druddy, did I understand you correctly when you said that there were 30 students whose families have not consented to weekly testing?
Yes, that's based on accounts I have from the
out of our
principals,
entire
yes.
school district.
Entire school district. Yes.
So by my math, that's over 99%
yes
consent in the district.
Yes.
That's remarkable. Thank you.
Clarifying questions, Keith?
Well, thank you, Dr. Druddy and everyone on the district family team that's working so hard to keep students safe. And one thing I did hear you describe, Dr. Druddy, is that a lot of staff is very, very stressed. We have to manage that stress in hopes that their well-being is key, so that they continue to provide these services to keep students safe. So I echo thank you to all staff's professionalism and their commitment and care to the students in that way. But what I also did hear from you was communication. When there is a lot of data and when we have fear, things can go awry with respect to what actually is occurring. And so I did hear you say that perhaps as we move forward, there'll be perhaps more videos or something like that to sort of provide some more directed information. I think too that simple graphs that are very, very sort of linear, maybe in a circular fashion, that show people a blueprint, a roadmap that sort of says, this is how it's happening. And people can see that in real time, and it's much more simple to understand things in that way. And so in that, I heard you describe those metrics about what happens, perhaps if somebody's vaccinated, asymptomatic. If you could go through those metrics one more time for folks, I think that would be helpful. And then secondly, can you also speak to us again about which partners, which parts of the leadership team that you spoke to and collaborated with about these strategies and logistics for implementation? I heard you say the nurses, but who else specifically was there at that kind of that place where there's a directed awareness of what the issue is and how we're going to solve that?
Absolutely. So I'll speak to just the nuances of contact tracing, what has to happen and all that, and the metrics of it. So when we isolate students, the term isolation means when somebody is symptomatic or is positive, they are isolated. Okay, meaning we have to keep them away from everybody else. Quarantining is when you're exposed to somebody that is positive. So when we get our test results, the information comes out as to who's positive is through our screen testing. That's one, and we don't have a lot of that. There's that, and what we're actually finding is that when those situations come up, we catch it, and the nurses go to work, and what they have to do is go through a situation in which if it's an elementary school class, they identify the class and they talk to the teacher, and first they ask, is everybody masked? Yes, everybody's masked. Is there a seating chart where kids are not mingling around with each other? If there's no seating chart, if there's no way to keep kids apart, 6 feet apart for like in a secondary classroom in these desks, then it's hard to determine whether this person needs to be quarantined or not. So a lot of times what we're doing is we're quarantining the entire class because it's very hard to determine that at elementary. That does have an added advantage of saying that, well, the whole class is quarantined and the teacher can then work at home or in classroom with the whole class and revert back to what we did in the spring last year. So that's when they're making that determination. In the secondary, it becomes more complicated. You have people that are vaccinated where they don't have to go home. You have a seating chart, and so there's a lot of work that goes into who's sitting next to who, for how long, and where they wear masks. They have to even go outside sometimes. Who are you hanging out with? Or who's your best friend? And were you playing football today, basketball today, and were your masks off? If that happens, we can essentially quarantine the entire team, right? So that's if you just imagine the triage that has to go into that between the administration and then the record keeping of who's who is also the other issue. That then triggers, if we have a class that's split into different places, that means the teachers have to now respond with short-term lesson plans and things like that to give people. So if you just kind of see the working, the inner workings that goes into that, that's what's causing the stress. And administration early on came and said, this is not sustainable. The nurses came back and said, we have normal nursing special education work to do and normal nursing work to do. We can't do it because we're dealing with triage and all that, and trying to, so that issue hasn't necessarily been fully resolved, but I'm naming the scenarios so I can name the players. So when we meet, we have what we call the EOC, Emergency Operations Committee. This involves every principal, the head nurse, every division leader. And we have that we've had that once a month once a week, every Thursday for a couple hours since since last March. Is it not last March? March 2020, every Thursday. Yeah, yes. And it's timely because that's when I get off of my call from LA County Office of Education where the superintendents talk. Then I get the chance to brief the rest of the team about what I'm hearing. The nurse comes in and debriefs what she hears, and other division leaders that are in these meetings debrief that. And then that's when we plan. But from that group, often when issues come up, there's no way you can talk with, how many people are in EOC about? What, 30 people? You know, sometimes you're trying to, I may pull off, okay, we have an issue with elementary. Okay, I need an elementary person, a nurse, let's go solve this problem. And then we break up into different groups and all that. So essentially assistant principals, nurses, division leaders, and anybody else we need to pull in to help us problem solve. And then that's how we do it.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And for individuals listening, that's clear that the complexity speaks for itself. But what we have heard is that the deliberation amongst those who are there on the front line, seeing the kids every day, on those specific campuses, are part of this process to listen, share information, and to move forward with plans to keep these kids safe. So I appreciate you doing that.
Yep. And our two union leaders are just wonderful. They've always been there. You know, they're part of the team, and they help us deal with issues with the bargaining issues that we may be running into. So it helps Mark in his negotiations when he goes negotiate, and he's in the process of always negotiating about these issues. So being a part of those meetings and it really does help in those conversations.
I have one clarifying question as well. So, Dr. Jati, is clearly that's clearly an update as to what's going on. What I didn't hear from the presentation, which you alluded to, is what direction or guidance you want from the board. What I heard was three different things. One is how we're doing business now. The second is a shortened quarantine from 10 to 7. And the third is a modified quarantine that has all these conditions on it that we've described. Do you have a recommendation that you want us to discuss directly, or are you waiting to hear from the public and the board? What is it you would like the conversation to be from the board once we've heard from the public?
Yeah, so for sure, we need to do the 10 days to 7 days, okay? I brought the modified quarantine here knowing that our staff is saying we need to put it. The only caution I want is if I can't deliver on October 1st, I need to be able to tell you guys that I need the time to make sure that if we do it, that I have a staff that's going to be able to last me the entire year. Okay, they're not going to crack. So we'll monitor that, and then obviously if we have the ability to vaccinate everyone, then that also, like I said, that takes away a lot of this nuances. So
okay, other clarifying? Sure.
So this option was literally just offered a few days ago.
Yes.
And even each time I read it, it is complicated and has a lot of pieces to it. And each time I go, whoa, it means this and it means that. And can we really do this? And I could read you the part that really kind of concerns me. But my clarifying, I mean, I don't know if it's clarifying, it's a question, is given how new this is, are you aware of whether other districts are considering this? Do we even know that? Can we even know that already? There's a lot of I mean, you know, there's a lot that goes into it.
I have not. I need to do, tomorrow is my first day meeting with the other superintendents since it was adopted last Thursday. It was adopted after our call, and we got the messages that night, if you remember, that Thursday night. So tomorrow will be the first day. So I'll get to hear how many people are doing this. I think our situation gives us a leg up in being able to implement because of our testing systems and our infrastructure. We have already our masking indoors, outdoors. All those policies are going to help us. Without the outdoor masking, then I wouldn't even consider this because those kids will be exposed. So us wearing a mask outdoors really helps.
So is there anything else clarifying? Because I'd like to hear from the public, and then we definitely need to have some, Craig, do you have a clarifying?
Yeah, I have two actually, although one maybe. So the first one is when we had originally talked about all this testing, there was some open-ended concern about how the insurance would be charged, the parents' insurance, which they have to put on the forms if they accept, if they consent, how that would be charged and whether that would turn into an obligation to parents directly or through higher premiums. Now that we've been doing this for not a very long period of time, but a significant period of time, have we learned anything more about that? So that both certainly me and the public can have more comfort that that process is as was described. And then the second thing is I'd like to hear from the superintendent about, I guess it would be why we can't move faster at smaller campuses where there's really a strong desire to move forward on this revised quarantine policy sooner rather than later. What's the impediment that keeps us from being able to do that? And is there some way we could get going in places that seem more able to do it more quickly?
The answer to your first question is, it is as we have stated. We didn't misinform anybody about the people not being charged, the premiums going up. It is as we stated. So hopefully, and the guarantee I told everybody a long time ago is somehow, some way, if something happens where you got a bill, bring the bill to me, we'll pay for it. It's not gonna, but we feel confident that's not gonna happen because that's what we said. So Diane, the complexity of the other one is the nurses are heavily involved in a lot of the decision making. The HOAs are, and so on. The issue comes down to our nurses are district wide now. They're not even site wide; they're district wide, and and then the support is almost district wide. So it's not as if one school is going to have the infrastructure only, because it involves district coordination as well. So that's the reason. Obviously, it's only been 3 days. Tomorrow is actually my the next EOC meeting that I want to describe before. That is actually a working EOC meeting that we're going to have. We're going to disband of everybody else. It's myself and some key people. If, for example, we're going to go one by one and to go through our process of saying who does what from beginning to end. And from there, Mr. Foster, I'll be able to know if we can peel certain schools off or not, or even if this is way too complex, or tell me, or do I need to hire more people? I think tomorrow will be the first day I really have clarity. Right now, things are in theory, but we haven't attached a registrar to it yet. We haven't attached a HOA to it yet. We just made some ideas, concepts, but now we have to come together and really talk with the principals and say, okay, how would we do this, and who would do it, and when, and all that. So we'll have a better answer tomorrow.
Great. So I think that's a lot of clarifying. I do think there's a lot of conversation to come after public comments. So let's hear from the members of the public.
Mr. President, how many speakers do we have on this
I
item?
think we have 14.
I move that we allow each of the speakers 1 minute.
Do I see hands or thumbs on this? Okay, I see 4. Okay, so we have 14 speakers for 1 minute each, and then we'll have the discussion on staff recommendations and guidance.
Okay, the first 3 speakers are Brianna Patterson, followed by Claude Nafo, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and then Dayton Patterson.
Time started.
Yes. Are you both on the same, I show, it does show both your phone numbers. Okay, so you can go in either order, but you each have a minute. We'll just take you both before Claude Nafo. I think that's easier since you're both on the screen.
Okay. Well, I just want to start by letting Keith, Craig, John, Maria, Lori, Jennifer, Richard, Sarah, and the wildly, incredibly incompetent Ben Roddy be aware that you guys are all violating numerous laws by your continued segregation, coercion, threats, discrimination, mental abuse, and today on a video recorded call, proposed physical abuse by Ben Roddy himself. He also proposed law enforcement and criminal charges against children, healthy children who would like to attend school. He also threatened to contact Child Protective Services for abandonment when it's not the parents who have abandoned our children's best interests. My children have been continually harassed, as well as my entire family. I'd like to show you a video right now, show a video of my daughter today.
The first minute is up.
Those of you who can't hear, that's my daughter bawling her eyes out in front of Roosevelt saying, I just want to go to school. I just want to learn. I just want to have fun with my friends at school. After Ben Roddy proposed to drag my daughter out physically from school. Physically, threatened to physically remove my daughter from school. This is disgusting. What you guys are complicit in is absolutely disgusting. All of you. You will all be held accountable in a court. You guys will all be named individually on my lawsuit, as will Culpeper, as will Haliba, Sinclair County, practicing medicine without a license in class. All of you are actually, you're handling this, acting as some kind of communist. You should all be ashamed of yourselves, every single one of you, all of you.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Claude Nafo, followed by Yvette Chambers, and then Heather Zimmerman.
Oh, there we go. So I just want to say it was so nice of you to mention the Santa Monica for Malibu taxpayer and money. Malibu high school is available to everyone. Let's get. I can only echo with the last gentleman, children with no sense, but you need psychiatric help. Okay, this is not. There are no kids with no. The survival rate of this is 99.7%. Okay, I tried to drop my child off at school today, and the principal, Mr. Rudy, came to my car, stalked us down, told my boy he couldn't go to school. He was crying on his and you know, and then she mentioned something about he's going to be.
The speaker's time is up.
That's hard. That's
Thank you. Yvette Chambers, Heather Zimmerman, and then Heather Alfano.
Good afternoon. First of all, I just want to say thank you for taking on public comment and not allowing us to speak, despite the fact that you guys seem to speak continually. What can I say, Dr. Drotti? I'm going to personally enjoy coming after you the most because you speak like a complete ignorant person. Speak as if you yourself are the one manufacturing these access to all to the EUA paperwork. Let me remind all of you that we have taken the California government. Let me tell all of you that I'm here to discuss your emergency measures. that you are all fools, and fools will still be held accountable. Get to know me. My name's Yvette. I will personally come up for your indiscretions and your stupidity of enforcing a false name.
The speaker's time is up.
Heather Zimmerman, followed by Heather Alfano, and then David Novell.
Hello. I'm going to continue where Yvette left off. I will not advocate nor become a member of any party, organization, political or otherwise, that advocates the overthrow of the government of the United States or of the state of California by force or violence of other unlawful means. This is to you, school board, that you take this oath, and no other oath, declaration, or test shall be required as a qualification for any public office or employment. Public officer and employee includes every officer and employee of the state, including the University of California, every county, city and county, district and authority, including any department, division, bureau, board, commission, agency, instrumentality of any of the foregoing. I am unaware that you or any of the staff employed or retained by this school are inferior officers or employees as may be law exempted. If you feel this is an error, please submit proof of claim as to your exemption for further review. Otherwise, govern yourself accordingly. In accordance with General Education Code provisions, Article 1, Section 201, all pupils have a right to participate fully in the educational process, free from discrimination.
The speaker's time is up.
An individual on the basis of personal characteristics or status create.
Thank you. David Novell, followed by Jill Hawkins, and then Maria Loya.
Are you there, David? Are you able to unmute? David, you're muted.
David, I think you're muted. You'll have to, yes.
It's guaranteed by the California Constitution and the United States Constitution, and it is the intent of the legislature that each public school undertake educational activities to counter discriminatory incidents on school grounds and within constitutional bounds, to minimize and eliminate a hostile environment on school grounds that impairs the access of pupils to equal educational opportunity. Pursuant to Section 1165.7 of the Child Abuse and Neglect Reporting Act, each and every teacher, instructional aide, teacher's aide, or teacher's assistant employed by a public or private school, anyone classified employee of a public school, administrative officer or supervisor of child welfare and attendance, or a certificated pupil personnel employee of a public or private school, or parole officer or employee, person who is an administrator or presenter of or a counselor in a child abuse prevention program in a public or private school are legally bound as mandated reporter pursuant to Section 449691 of the Education Code. School districts, county offices,
The speaker's time is up.
state special schools, and diagnostic centers operated by the.
Right. Thank you. Jill Hawkins, then Maria Loya, and then Kylie. There's not a last name on here.
Laura, did you skip Heather Alfano? I thought I heard her name.
I thought she spoke. No?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you know what it is? I'm sorry, Sarah skipped her because we had two Heathers in a row with different last names. Sorry about that. There's a lot of Heathers in this district, I've noticed. That was definitely accidental. So that must have been Heather Zimmerman, and we did skip Heather Alfano. Thank you, Craig. Can we, Sarah, can you get Heather Alfano, then Jill Hawkins, then Maria Loya?
wanted to speak about the vaccines a little bit. So a vaccine is intended to prevent severe illness. So because children don't become severely ill with COVID, I think we have to hold this vaccine to a much higher bar. The Pfizer study that recently came out with the ages 5 to 11, with the dose of the vaccine, had only 2,200 students involved, or children involved in the study, which is not a lot of data to go on. And I just wanted to bring up, I really don't think it's okay to mandate a vaccine that we're definitely still going to be collecting data for in this first round. It must be a choice that parents are allowed to make on their own. It cannot be something that comes from you. This is not a public health agency. And I just wanted to address the board directly. I just want to really activate your human empathy for the concerns of this community and parents. We are not uneducated people. I just got off of a shift working in the ICU where I had a COVID patient today. And I just don't think you can be so consumed by a cause that you become blind to the suffering that you are causing.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Jill Hawkins, Maria Loya, and then Kylie, who forgot to put a last name. Wait. Can we hold on there, Jill? Let's figure out the sound because we can't hear you at all. You're so faint, I can tell that you're there, but are you on a phone or are you on the? We heard you last time pretty clearly.
If we're all quiet.
Let's be quiet, and if you could speak up, that would be great. Yes.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you, Jill. Maria Loya, Kylie, and then Jillian Suppresso.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. This program is being driven by fear and not by science. The program is causing a toxic environment within our school district. It is resulting in children being bullied, both by administrators and teachers as well as their peers. This is the kind of environment that this program is causing, and it's causing detrimental damage to children's mental and emotional health, as well as forcing children that don't want to independent studies is illegal. Under California law, independent studies needs to be voluntary and not forced, and that is exactly what you are doing. You are forcing students to accept independent studies, and that is illegal, and that should stop. You should really review the science and really take that into account, because that is not what is happening.
The speaker's time is up.
Decisions are being driven by fear, and that.
Thank you. Kylie, then Jillian Suppresso, And then Nikki Kolhoff. Thank you. Where am I? Nikki? No, I'm sorry. Jillian Suppresso, Nikki Kolhoff, and then Deanne Ozaki.
Hi, it's perfect that I'm after the SAMHSA student. I'm speaking for the need of a modified quarantine. I'd like to take a moment to thank you for all the mediation that happened. My son is a sixth grader at JAM due to they're 11 years old. 2 days into school, he unfortunately he went back to school, then he was in his first quarantine, then he got into a second quarantine. It has been a significant amount of independent study. He's been out, what I am encouraging is that we look at 7 days from the
Thank you. Nikki Kolhoff, Deanne Ozaki, and then Yadira Vasquez.
Well, I think that you all are setting a new record for yourselves in public opinion tonight. I do not share the substantive view of most of the speakers on this item, but you should not limit the public from speaking because you don't like what they have. I think your Ubris has opened you up to a viewpoint discrimination lawsuit tonight, and if someone files it, you have earned it. So I would like you to ask Dr. Drotti if consent includes the folks who are testing elsewhere or have valid exemptions. I cannot believe that there are only 30 people who've gone along, and I wonder if he surveyed who want to do the testing but had no other option with their own testing that they wouldn't have to pay for. Finally, you didn't ask about whether Sample is batching tests. You deserve to know if that is happening because that makes the PCR just doing, and we should be doing rapid tests instead if we're getting a 5-day delay on our testing and wasting all the time.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Deanne Ozaki, and then Yadira Vasquez.
Modified quarantine is not a recommendation or requirement of the LA County Department of Public Health. Instead, it's an option being offered under certain circumstances. With parents and students, our schools will not be able to verify that masks are properly worn by all students, both indoors and outdoors, or that students remain 6 feet apart during lunch, because that is not what's happening in our schools. Even if our schools were able to comply with the strict requirements of the modified quarantine option, why would we do this? It does not make sense to send unvaccinated students who have been directly exposed to COVID immediately back to school. It will significantly spread in our schools. In fact, there's been at least 1 and likely 2 student-to-student transmission at my son's school. Currently, our elementary schools are quarantining students together as a class. There's live instruction, continuity of learning, and interaction among classmates. We will lose this with modified quarantine. Therefore, I ask the district not implement the modified quarantine option. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker on this item is Yadira Vasquez.
Bueno, yo tengo tres quejas. En primer lugar, yo tuve que firmar la autorización porque a mi hijo de elemental no lo dejaron entrar por una semana a la escuela. Diciéndole que no podía entrar, lo sacaron de su salón de clases, lo llevaron a la oficina y lo dejaron afuera de la oficina todo el día porque no firmé el papel. Lo tuve que firmar no porque quise, sino por hostigamiento. La segunda queja es que un maestro de Susano High hizo que 3 estudiantes llenaron
Susano High, made them fill up the form and sign the document without parents' authorization. And some students had to submit to the state without the authorization. It would be harassing us as we have been harassed to fill out forms, and I don't know. This teacher did something very illegal.
The speaker's time is up.
We made the students fill out a form.
Yes. We missed you the last, I don't, you wanna, we missed a few seconds. Okay.
I had to sign that because my kid was outside of the school for 1 whole week. The first day, they took him out of the classroom and took him to the office, and he stayed there all day without attend classes for 1 whole week. And my kid was crying. He was crying, and I had to sign. And the second complaint is that teachers asked some students to sign the forms without the parents' consent.
The speaker's time is up.
I think that's the end of public comment.
That's the
Okay,
end.
so that's the end of public comment. There's a lot that was said there. I think one quick thing that we can address is that we've just heard from the nurses, and there is no pool testing going on, which is the proper term, not batch testing. There is no pool testing going on. We're getting our results back in 48 hours. So that is not happening on our site. So just to share what the nurses just had informed us of, which staff knew already. Thank you. Now we get to board discussion on this topic. Who would like to begin? Richard, and who would like to go after Richard so I can start a queue? Richard, Lori, Maria.
Can you not count this as my comment? This is just another clarifying question that popped up for Dr. Dradi. Oh, thank you. Oh gosh, no. I'm having that moment what you had earlier. You just said, I'm like, wait a minute, I have my clarifying question. Oh, Dr. Dradi, so one, thank you very much to you and your staff. I participated in the DAC this week for health and safety, and your team was there and also sharing the work that all of you are doing in an impossible situation. So you have my sincere gratitude. What I want to make sure that I heard correctly was the framing or the timing that you articulated in your report here about the two different components. So you're asking us, this is clarifying for me, and then I'm not going to comment until I hear from my colleagues, but there's the modified quarantine, which you explained, and I think I have that down. And then the shortened period of time in which children are held from 10 days to 7 days. And what I heard you say is that regardless of the direction, not regardless, but if the board were to direct to move to the 7 days expeditiously, that wouldn't necessarily negate any work that had been done and looking into the other. In fact, your team's looking into a modified quarantine had a benefit, is what you said, that would that would make things better for your staff. Did I hear that correctly?
The modified quarantine is strictly to address the shortened independent study that we struggle with right now. To us, that's a huge
from
struggle.
10 to 7.
No, sorry. Let me separate it. So, yeah. So the modified quarantine is the one where quarantine occurs on campus.
Can we, may I ask that for the purpose here, that we just say on-campus quarantine for the purpose?
Yeah, we can do that.
If
We
that
can do
can be
that.
stipulated amongst the board that.
I think what I did, because modified quarantine is the term being used by the Department of Health. So we could say shortened quarantine for the 10 to 7. And the modified quarantine is this one where the quarantine is.
Okay, so that, may I get to my, thank you. That helps a lot. Thank you, John. And so then I can be clearer in my clarifying question. I think I heard you say that you have, well, one, I want to commend you because you have, and your team, what I learned as being a member at the DAC is that your team is exploring every possible thing that is thrown at them, how as quickly as things are moving. And so your team investigated, looked into, and asked whether it was feasible or not to do a modified quarantine.
Yes.
Some people in the community may have thought, oh my gosh, they're moving to modified quarantine. But what was really happening, and has only happened, is that the superintendent is doing what the board has directed him to do, and that is to stay, can't be ahead of the curve. We know that's impossible in COVID, but to stay on the path and be getting and dealing with information as it comes.
Yes.
Now, this board, at our last public meeting, I think it was pretty clear. I mean, unless, friends, I'm remembering wrongly, but I don't think so, is I think that most of all of us, if not all of us, said we are thrilled about the potential for a shortened, do I say the word quarantine there, John? A shortened quarantine.
Yeah.
The 7 days. I'm going to say the 7 days. We were thrilled about that.
Yeah.
And then it was really made clear by your staff at that moment that there were serious difficulties in doing that with man, woman, person power. Just the sheer task of doing that work.
Yes.
So even though that the guidance was, I think it was that day, our day of our meeting, the guidance was new from the LA County Department of, I was about to say Department of Justice.
Yes.
Excuse me, the Department of Health.
Yes.
So far, am I clear? Am I on? Okay. So then I hear, so just for the purpose here tonight is you're reporting to us and you're saying, this is the work that I have done and what we've been able to explore. And you're asking for us now to kind of weigh in and give direction as to what we think about the shortened as in addition to what we think about the modified.
Yes.
And what we're talking about right now is still on our superintendent's update. We are not even on the next item where we're talking about vaccinations, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, I'll say that it is so clear to me, again, I've already said it, but it bears saying again, the incredible work that your team has done. And I know that isn't always apparent, particularly in the moments when we meet once a month, but to know that the degree in which you've enlisted people, particularly the nursing staff and the folks, is Much, much appreciated. And I look forward to hearing from my colleagues this evening as to what they think about. Get right, the shortened quarantine and the modified quarantine.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
I'm bookmarking here in my head, it's the 7 days, which I am in for
Absolutely.
full support of the 7 days.
Absolutely. And just like I said, I can't underscore where the nurses have been and where they are right now. So, they're doing some work. This weekend, we elicited some just to even prepare for me to be able to have this conversation. So they yeah, all hats goes off to them. I'm doing a lot of this work.
So I have Lori then Maria, unless we want to change the order.
That's fine. So first, I just going to echo Richard and Dr. Drotti about the incredible amount of work that we all know, though we don't all see it every day, that the nurses and others, including Dr. Drotti, and Dr. Kelly and everyone who's in this room and many people who are not in this room and some who are on this Zoom, even though they've been working all day and all weekend. So I do want to echo our appreciation, mine and all of ours. And I think we need to keep reiterating that because I don't think, as is the case often, normal people don't know what other people do all day. They know what they do all day. And so I just want to keep appreciating that and recognizing the incredible efforts and the exhaustion, which doesn't mean anyone stops, but it means something that we have to take that in as we talk about what to do next and where to focus limited resources. So first I want to say that I do agree with Richard about the shortened quarantine. I do believe that we discussed this at our last board meeting. I would discussed isn't maybe the right word. It was raised by a number of speakers. We did talk about, I think expressed our interest is probably a good way of putting it, and expressed our interest in staff pursuing that. And I think that unfortunately, this term that has been used, and this is not your fault, Dr. Drotti, this is the term that LADPH used, modified quarantine. Most people, I think, when they saw that term in your letter or anywhere, they thought that's what it meant. Shortened quarantine. That's what I thought. So, and I'm on the board. So I do think shortened quarantine, given that there are rules that go with that, which are that you have to have a diagnostic test on day 5 or later after the last exposure, and you have to test negative before you can go back on the 7th day. So that's the DPH requirements. That does make sense to me. I don't fully know what's involved other than making sure that people can get tested. I am aware, and a number of parents have made me aware that there are places, at least in Santa Monica, I assume in Malibu, that will test for free if you go there. There are testing sites, and I don't mean on our sites. I do believe we want to ultimately have this testing available on our sites or on some site that's a district site. But I know that it's available out there. So to the extent that we're trying to move there, I just want to kind of put that out there as something that might help. And then with respect to the, I stumble over it every time I say it, modified quarantine, because it is definitely a modification of the quarantine recommendations. But quarantine to me and to normal people, I think means you stay in one place. And what this is really talking about, which I also want to say is not a recommendation, it's an option. That's the language of the DPH. Really means that students can still go to class, even if they're not vaccinated, if they've been exposed, as long as certain, I don't know what to call them, guarantees are made that, for instance, that the exposed student and the person with the diagnosis must have worn a mask consistently and correctly during the entire exposure period. And some school administrator has to keep records of that. I think that's part of the burden of all of this. It's very, I don't know what to say, because it's both bureaucratic, but it's also the sort of bureaucratic measures are intended to provide guarantees of non-exposure, basically. So it seems really complicated. And yet I do want to say, it's clearly made an option, because I think in recognition of the fact that, as the one speaker talked about her own child, there are kids, particularly, I think probably the most affected kids are in 6th grade, because they can't be vaccinated and they have 6 classes. So, so they don't have the benefits that we can rely on in elementary school, or the ways of addressing it, and they also can't be vaccinated. So I do recognize the problem that I think is the one that we should be most concerned about. And I also want to say that more broadly in the world, after I began to understand what this modified quarantine was trying to say, there are articles out there about other parts of the country where they're talking about, I think they called it test to stay. In other words, testing students multiple times a week, somewhere between 2 and 5, in order to allow them to be safe and stay in the classroom. So I guess what I'm trying to say is not that we should or shouldn't do that, but there's a trend towards this, and I think it's all driven by the same issue, which is we want to keep people safe. We want to keep kids safe. Many of them can't be vaccinated. We're concerned, and in our district, we've adopted, I think, some very protective measures. And at the same time, when we quarantine kids, they're having to go into independent study, which I think we know needs, and this is something we talked about at the last board meeting too, needs to be more supported, and sort of, I don't know, broadened or helped and strengthened. So I kind of think my concern is that I'm concerned that this is driven not necessarily by scientific data, that it's very complicated, and that it's driven by what is a real need, which is to make sure kids can learn. And if they're going to be quarantined, they still need to have adequate instruction. So I'm not saying, I don't know what to do, but I'm concerned about how much has to be done to pursue this option. And I'm concerned about the sort of, I don't know, the unevenness of the problem, and whether you can address different grade levels differently, or, as Craig said, maybe smaller settings differently, because maybe it's not as complicated. That's something else. One of our parents said to me that the Department of Public Health puts out recommendations and guidance and options for schools and school districts of all sizes. So they may put out something that makes sense for smaller settings and maybe even smaller parts of a district, where they might not make sense everywhere else. So I think this is still pretty new. I think it's important, and I appreciate that Dr. Drotti and our staff are trying to unravel it and see whether it's something we can do. I do feel like it's a big change, a significant change, I'll call it that, from what we've been doing. And I do feel like I want people to at least be educated enough to understand what we're doing so that they can comment. And to me, the lack of commenting on this tonight, though we have received a few emails about it, concerns me, because I think most of the people who spoke to Dr. Drotti's report didn't speak to this at all. There were only 3 people who spoke to this. And I can't believe that if people understood this is what we were looking at, that there would be more concern on either side that we would hear. So I just want us, and I also know that it's almost impossible, you talked about this earlier, Dr. Trotti, to sort of figure out how much information to share and how detailed. And honestly, I look at this and I've had to read it a number of times to go, how would this work? And what are the pitfalls, which I can't begin to understand, only you can. So I, I, I think we need to think about that a little bit. I think we need to, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I think maybe we should consider piloting it or something, or picking a small, or maybe we shouldn't. Maybe I don't know when we're going to be ready to do it. I don't think we should push people to the point where they can't do it. They can't do the work they've already got on their plates to get the testing straightened out, to let people know how the tests have come out, all the other things we put in place. And then we're about to talk about this vaccine option too, which may figure into this conversation too. So I'm really sorry for talking so long. I have thought about this and I'm not sure where to go, but I wanted to kind of put that out on the table. So thank you.
Thanks, Lloyd. Maria.
Yes, thank you, thank you for your statement, your report, Dr. Dradi, and thanks to all the staff that has really gone out and beyond, just like, Dr. Richard and Lori have stated earlier, that they've worked around 24/7 since we started school. A lot of work beyond the regular work that they have to do, but they've been added some more work to do with all this about testing and everything that gets followed up if there's a actual cases that break out with positive testing in some of the classrooms. But one of the big things that I know that was brought up earlier, and there's several points that were raised in your report, but mainly one of the big points that I guess was raised by a lot of the speakers in this one was the fact that certain students were pulled out because their parents did not, sign or agree to the testing situation. And basically the bottom line for me is that, we were mandated, not mandated, but they gave us an option for us in order to be able to control and keep our children in school, in the classroom, and keep them in a safe mode to keep them in school, that masking and testing would be a good process to go by to guarantee that we were going to have a safe situation in the classrooms in this district. And I think for myself, and I think for my colleagues too, that's what we've been moving. We decided to go ahead and make masking and testing a priority in this district for safety, for all the safety of all the children. And I think the fact that our numbers in terms of, positive, cases and quarantine of students has been low because we've really, agreed to do that and follow that plan. Unfortunately, parents, there's alternatives because the state gave us no other alternatives but to either do the testing and move forward in that way. And if not, then there was an alternative for you not in the classroom, but to do independent study. And that's the only alternative that was given to us. Changes have to be made, yes, but changes have to be made that are not made. And we've done some, district changes in the sense that we were able to, at least in the elementary school area, go back to what is it, Zoom, in distance learning, thank you, distance learning, because there were natural cohorts, because there were a full classroom. So it was easier to do that. When you get into the middle and the high school, it's more difficult because you're looking at potentially, a student has 6 classes and maybe have been exposed in 1 or 2 classes, and it's just a little bit more difficult. This is the difficulty that we had last year when we had distance learning at the high schools and the middle schools. So, on a daily basis, we're being thrown more information, not we, meaning the doctor, our superintendent is being thrown more information in terms of things that are changing. And I know that when the first idea came out in terms of reducing, maybe from the originally 14-day, the 14-day quarantine to perhaps 10, there's other factors involved with that, which means that we would need to have the necessary staff to be able to support whatever was needed so that we could reduce, begin to start testing kids at day 5 to bring them into the classroom by day 7. Unfortunately, that's one of the questions I was going to ask. I know that it takes, staff to do that. And I know that we've been looking for, I guess you said HOAs, which are health office assistants. And I don't know, Dr. Kelly, how that's been going in terms of the search and how many people we've been able to bring on board. Because that would be key, not just only bringing in, HOAs or extra staff for that, but then having somebody in charge of the HOAs that would probably be doing the coordination of that whole piece. Because definitely I can't see our own staff doing their own work and having to do all that coordination of trying to identify, the students, where one student tests as positive, and how do you, gather the cohort that the student was with. It's just a lot of work that needs to be done. It's not just a matter of, oh, here's this person and you do this. It's not as simple as sometimes the parents understand that they think they understand that that's the work that needs to be done, because it's more complicated than just that. So for me, I wouldn't even, I don't think we even had the discussion in terms of the 7 to 10, but I think if we could do that, I think that would be the best way to at least be able to address the issue that was brought up by one of the parents where the child has been unfortunately involved in 2 quarantines already, and it's just, what is it, 6 weeks into school year. So I think maybe that would be, if possible, the better way to go. But again, it depends upon the staff. The other thing that I heard this morning, and I just happened to be watching the news this morning regarding COVID liaisons that were hired by the San Bernardino City Unified School District. But then again, it's a company that's overseeing that staff, and they are the ones that are coordinating that process. So it takes it away from the staff to be able for them to do their own work. Unfortunately, there again, I kind of did some little bit of research on that, and even that company is having a hard time being able to hire enough people to be able to staff, especially when San Bernardino City Unified School District has about 45 schools. And the whole premise of it is to have one liaison or one, let's say, HOA in each of the classrooms to deal with that. But beyond that, what was so nice about it, though, is that they're looking, and this is maybe where something we could look into, the fact that they're hiring health science graduates. So a lot of our former students that might have gone into that and might have gotten their BAs a year or 2 ago, that might be interested in coming into the district and helping us out. It's almost like we did at Santa Monica College with our ANs, those that had not finished their services and they hadn't done their internships. They expedited their internships by actually going into the hospitals and helping during the COVID when it was a crisis, right? Like in the summer of 2020. So if something like that we can coordinate, I think that would be great, because then it would help us out in that sense and be able to give jobs to people that maybe are just there and then haven't been able to find something, but we'll put them right in the sense. One of the young ladies that they interviewed, she goes, well, I didn't think I was going to get it, but I'm into the Lions, but she's enjoying it, to the point where they were just, at first they started off just providing information, because first of all, they have all the information, the latest information of where to direct families. They're bilingual. First of all, they were bilingual and direct families in English and in Spanish, where to go to get information, to get testing and everything else. They had all that information. But lately now they've been allowed to do the rapid testing themselves, which was great if we're going to do the 7 to 10, because we need to find at one point the ability to be able to test the kids at day 5 to be able to bring them back on day 7 to 10. So, I mean, so those are the many complicated pieces that need to be in place, but we still need staff. And just like we don't have any bus drivers, we don't have enough health people, we don't have nurses, we don't have staff that is responding to our ads to come in for these particular jobs. So for any of those that are nurses, in our parents that are in the nursing field that have maybe have taken a leave for a while raising their children, maybe they'd be willing to come back and help us, for a day or 2 in the week to be able to help us get over the hump of this first process, because we can't do it unless we have, people, qualified people to come and do these pieces. So anyway, I don't know. I was just going to ask Dr. Kelly, do we have a status in terms of HOAs and where we are in that?
In terms of our HOS, their health office specialists is what their classification is. We have staffed the HOSs that we were trying to hire for the school sites. And we, as you recall, we've added staff there. We had one 3.5-hour HOS a few years ago at each school site. We've doubled that every school site and made them 6 hours, which is the duration of the school day relative to elementary school. So all the elementary schools have 2 HOSs. We also have some support at the district office. We're looking to increase and expand that as we talk about what we're doing. And so we continue to work with the Personnel Commission to continue its recruitment process, and they are doing that ongoing recruitment. So we feel good because it took us a bit to get those positions that we had vacant filled, but we were able to get them really kind of early at the start of this school year, because we did a lot of hiring in the spring and summer for those positions. We continue, though, to add in order to just enhance the number of people available to support our health services. I think one of our biggest challenges, we have 2 nursing vacancies that we've been trying to fill, and that's been a hard one to come over. We've had some situations where we've hired and personal circumstances made that the individuals couldn't accept the positions, which was unfortunate because they were very excited. It was nothing, they wanted to be here, but COVID is affecting everybody everywhere in a lot of ways. And so we continued. I think that's something we're looking for. We are working with agencies to provide additional licensed vocational nurse support. So we've added 4 of those in the district that are providing support, which is helping with the contact tracing. And we continue to expand that. We are also partnering with agency in terms of nurses, but there's some limitation in that they're not credentialed school nurses. So they can do anything that their RN license allows them to do, but there's certain things that relative to school functions, which even our school nurses aren't doing a whole lot of, for example, the special education assessments and things that they typically do. The licensed agency nurses can't do those things unless they have a credential, and that's not very common. As we hire, we I'll just put out the pitch there if anybody's listening. To be a credentialed school nurse, you can get started if you have a RN license and a bachelor's degree, and then the district will support you in applying for the preliminary credential, and then it's 5 years to get the clear credential. So, but to get started, it really is the RN license and the bachelor's degree that are required for a credential to secure a credential school nurse credential. But we continue to work with our nursing staff to ask them what their needs are. And as this came up, then this became about, okay, what do we need to do to enhance the staffing in order to implement, for example, the modified quarantine or the shortened quarantine?
So what we're gonna, we should be close to securing approximately 5 to 6 what we call the district-wide HOA, so we can do some triaging from redeployment from district office. But like I said, tomorrow conversation is a big one because I need to know exactly what people will need. We even bounce ideas of well, if we're stuck like this, are there parents that can possibly support and volunteerism? And so I'll know that tomorrow when we talk about private issues, what do you call it, FERPA laws and all kind of stuff. So we have to make sure that if we're going to do that, then the work can't be around providing sensitive information to a parent.
Well, just one last thing. If you're gonna, I guess you're gonna have your important meeting tomorrow. Can I ask it? Did you ask them in terms of, like I had asked earlier about having somebody to coordinate that the testing piece of it, the contact tracing? Because I think that's not really, how can I say, a really health related, but it's more of following up at calling and just somebody there making sure who's in the classroom and following up. It's more, I don't know, maybe more administrative stuff, clerical stuff that can be done. That maybe that could take the just some of the some of the load off of some of our staff that's already having to do the regular things, but we can maybe hire somebody just to do those pieces, those administrative stuff, clerical.
Okay. Craig? Sorry, guys. I already put me in the list because I kept saying, you want to go? Craig, me, Jennifer, Keith. Keith, Jennifer.
Okay, so
Jennifer,
first thing, I want to echo and quickly sort of expand on right now that they never expected, they never trained for. Ways, this school year is harder than last school year, as hard as last school year was, and as demanding as it was. Staff, teachers, administrators, in most ways, I think. So I'm grateful that everybody is stretching as hard as they can, consulting and pulling in expertise and trying to find. Nobody knows what the answer that the historians will tell us what the right answer is today. And both sides of what we should be doing, none at all or completely. So, you know, I'm grateful for teachers, administrators, office staff, the superintendent, everybody who is crisis that working already being in massive crisis. Like, I left my job when I did, and when I retired, is I just felt like I didn't have room for any more crises. So my heart goes out to everybody. It doesn't mean I'm happy with everything. It doesn't mean you guys are happy with everything. We're all going to have bits and pieces we would have done differently. That's got to be included in this. That the people who are on the scene trying to get it done. That's an understanding we need to have. I favor moving to the modified step toward flexibility, inclusion, normalcy, equity, access, all the things, and high levels of educational achievement, all the things. I also favor that if we need pilot programs or if we feel we can't do it everywhere, where the work to do it, where the family want to do it, where the teachers and staff were prepared to do it, where the conditions on the ground. That would be a smart thing to do, and like any situation that we do in that way, I support moving forward in general, and I also support one caveat that I want to mention, and it came up in a couple of I responded to today. I think it's really, really staff, administrators, teachers. Stuck in the middle, they just want to go to school. And the administrators and teachers are at the end, they must be at the end of their so I think it's really important when you deal with folks who are not in Paradigm, who haven't signed the waivers, who are maybe in a cohort that has a COVID incident, and as district staff is trying to wrangle that cohort and get it moving in the direction it says. We need to do that with love and with gentleness. Of Child Protective Services, that is a whole different game for a whole different purpose. And the last thing we need to do is put the kids in the middle. A student, policy says this student can't be in school. kid not to be caught in the middle of prior to school the night before. We can't. So I can see situations where that would have to happen, but we got to deal with them with love and find a way to leave everybody as much better for this. I know that's asking a heck of a lot. It is, but it's also, common decency and crisis. It's what we owe each other. So I hope I'm speaking to an isolated set of things and that we can do better and not everybody. I really, really, really wish you can push that message down in an official, don't do this, as well as an unofficial, all the members of our community kind of way.
All right, thank you, Craig. It's me and then Jennifer, then Keith, unless they've decided to swap. I'm going to try to keep this more to what my direction would be or what my guidance would be to staff, because I feel like I have been doing my reading and talking to the doctors and the epidemiologists and more importantly, the parents from all different parts of this discussion. So where I am on this right now is I think we go to the 10 to 7 immediately. And by immediately, I mean as soon as possible. And from what I've heard from fellow board members, I think Richard was in favor of that. I think Lori was in favor of that. And I feel Craig said the same thing. So that's 4 right there. And Jennifer and Keith and Maria, I didn't hear explicitly, and she is too. So we know we can do that. And Dr. Girardi said he's worried. So that's the immediate. Now, when we come to the modified quarantine, I don't see a need for modified quarantine in 7th through 12th grade. 7th through 12th grade has access to vaccines. Because they have access to vaccines, any vaccinated student who is exposed and asymptomatic does not have to quarantine. So that's fairly simple for 7th through 12th grade. I feel that's fairly simple. The burden is then placed on the unvaccinated kids. You have a choice of whether you wanted to quarantine or whether you wanted to get vaccinated. And again, if people have a proper exemption, I think that's something we can talk about to how we accommodate that smaller cohort of students who, as Craig says, might need a little more tenderness or love in those cases. Elementary school. This topic to me was far easier when I first read it, and it's becoming more and more complicated because in elementary school, what we seem to believe is we're seeing, like I think one caller said she was aware of 1, possibly 2 cases of spread at school. I have not heard that. I've heard of no cases at school, but who knows who's right or who's wrong. We probably can say that there are minimal cases of spread at school among the younger kids, the elementary school kids, which makes me believe that we probably could go to a loosened quarantine there at some point. What I haven't heard from Dr. Girardi yet is when staff feels they are able to do that in a safe manner. Reading the qualifications of the modified quarantine, there's a lot that's subjective. Had these kids been exposed to anybody without a mask? It's really hard to know the answer to that. At a certain point, we're going to be guessing, and we can't guess with kids' health. The other thing that makes me more comforted in elementary school is that we do know if we had to quarantine, if we could reduce the length of quarantine and the kids can go into Zoom and distance learning, we know that we can accommodate that whole cohort together. So to me, I would like to see us explore something in elementary school, but I'm not in as much of a rush as I was. My biggest issue is 6th grade. My heart breaks for the 6th graders because they're too young to get vaccinated, and yet they're around these older kids, and they're the ones bearing the brunt of the quarantine because they have 6 classes or 4 classes that they go around to. So there's 2 things I want to say. One, I would like us to see if it's possible what we could do for 6th graders, whether that's the 10 to 7 right away or a modified quarantine for 6th graders right away. But again, it comes down to what staff can do. I'm not going to make a recommendation that staff can't deliver. I'd like to hear the answer of what staff can do. At the same time, this is not testing related or vaccine related. I would like to know what we can do for the sixth graders to address some of the mental strains that they're dealing with, how we can adjust grading. These kids are being graded in the same way that their peers who are in classrooms are being graded. I know sixth grade transcripts are not that important, but they matter to our students. So I don't know if we can come up with something there. I know it's horrible for the board to get involved in grading, Dr. Moore. I know we got in trouble last year for that. But I do know that something has to be done. And then worse for that is, like, let's say your kid is in accelerated math. If you don't have the foundation, your whole year is at risk. So how are these kids going to catch up? Paper is a good way of getting them some help, but it's not quite the same as hearing your own teacher's voice. So I'd like to see what we can do with that. And I know we have teachers out there, and I know our teachers care about students. I know we have teachers who are turning on a laptop in the back of their classroom so the kids can at least hear a lecture. I know that's negotiated. I know we can't impose that, but I do call on all of our teachers in our community who have the ability to just turn on a laptop in the back of a room so your quarantined students can hear your voice. I implore you to do that. So I do think we can do things to help our sixth graders that are outside of the quarantine that would make this a little bit better. The 7 days is a great start, but the academic support, I'm telling you, it's like for so many of our kids, they're terrified of that grade, or they're terrified of what might happen. But to us as educators, we know that if you don't have the foundational development, you're at risk. So I implore us to address that. Lastly, my colleague, who I hope will join us in this room one day, Craig, brought up a point of, can we pilot something? We've had a lot of success with pilots. It would seem to be that, yes, Malibu, because of smaller class size, more open space, would be logical for a pilot. I do want to hear from staff again before I recommend something, because I don't know if it's just class size. I think it's staff time to do the work that has to happen with that kind of quarantine. So I would be in favor of something like that to try. I also don't want my friends in Malibu to think, oh, you're using us as guinea pigs. I do not want, oh, Keen's doing that now. I don't want that. I do feel a slightly more openness in Malibu, but at the same time, I have heard from families in Malibu who are concerned about this. Malibu, just like Santa Monica, does not speak with one voice. So that's where I'm at. I hope that made sense to my colleagues. I hope that made sense to Dr. Girardi. And as this conversation draws to a close, I will try to consolidate all of our recommendations. So Jennifer, then Keith.
Thanks. Thank you for everybody and all of your thoughtful comments, and I agree with all of it, I think. I absolutely am on board for moving the 10-day to 7-day testing, test to return, I think they call it, or something like that. So, but the one thing about the modified quarantine that concerns me is that and this is just my feeling in the moment, I don't know that we know exactly where we are. I'm really, really encouraged to hear that, so that we have, almost 100% compliance in the fact that our families are testing. I think that's a real comfort to know what's going on. But also, I don't think that we've tested weekly since we've started at school because of the holidays and because of changing testing days. And so I do wonder where exactly we are, and that I wouldn't want to move forward in modification until we are sure about, where the health of our kids are in the moment, and when we are, and to decide to when we know when we want to move forward, that we know we're in a good place and we could move forward to make it easier. I also agree, sixth grade, I think that should be the concentration of that's where we should focus our attention, because as many have said, the elementary schools really seem to have a handle on it and can teach and bring kids in and out and have them have their learning be consistent. High school, I worry a little bit about Malibu. I have to say the vaccination rate is not as high as Santa Monica, and so the kids in middle school and high school might be affected more. And so maybe I totally agree with the idea that if we're focusing some change, that maybe it is best there because more kids might be affected by it because of that. So those are my thoughts at the moment, and let it go.
Thanks, Jennifer. Yes, Keith?
Thanks so much, Jennifer, for your comments. I just wanted to kind of reiterate what many of my colleagues have mentioned tonight, but specifically what Board Member Leon Vasquez was speaking to, which is reiterate the goal of really keeping kids safe, keeping the teachers safe, keeping staff safe, keeping the entire Santa Monica Malibu family safe, with the intention of allowing learning to continue in a dynamic way. And Ms. Leon Vasquez brought up our initial view and leadership to mandate masking and testing, and that was a priority, and that was a good call. And the numbers, speak for themselves with respect to that. So one thing that is interesting is that the LADPH and their kind of functioning as that agency, which put forward this option, if you will, or this guidance in terms of modified quarantine. It's interesting to think about that. Well, how is it that they made that decision? Let's think about that for a moment. That didn't happen in a vacuum, right? So I believe that LADPH made that decision based on a lot of data. They're professionals in that space, and we're talking to experts with respect to that. But I think it was a what-if moment for them. And when you have what-if moments, that allows for possibility. It allows you space to discover and to reimagine opportunity. And this was the opportunity for them to, again, keep kids safe, perhaps, and to, again, reimagine how kids can learn and allow districts to sort of manage that, as Member Lieberman spoke to, in a way which relates to the size, scope, and kind of districts that exist in that way. So one of the last things that I wanted to speak to with respect to that, and the ability to be nimble and agile and adept and innovate based on new information and changing needs, which is what leadership here at Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is doing and continues to do, is that perhaps this graduated, deliberate response, which is what we're doing here on this dais, and what staff is doing in real time, this movement to 10 to 7 days, I believe makes sense. And then to continue this review of the modifying quarantine, as many have spoken to, with respect to ensuring that the plans and the logistics and the team, as Dr. Drotti had mentioned, are able to clearly implement those things in an effective way. So I too am for the 10 to 7 days and a continued review of modifying quarantine in specific instances that make sense, and that staff are able to do so in that manner. And I'd also echo sentiments that Board Member Foster spoke to, and I think that all the professionals inside of the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District family, many and most are very focused on that kind of love and empathy that you spoke of. And so let us continue to sort of be our best selves in that way.
Thank you, Keith. Richard.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments, Keith, very much. John, I just wanted, after hearing colleagues, I am in support of the shortened. I'm waiting for you not to talk to the superintendent, so. Well, since the president is going to be putting all of our comments together, I thought maybe I should wait until the president, I had his full attention. Thank you, friends.
Your name again is?
I support the shortened 7. I do not support at this moment today the modified quarantine. I do not. And so I want to make sure I speak that. That's not that I wouldn't support it in the days or weeks to come, but I think it's premature, personally. And I am also quite concerned about happy first day of autumn, my friends. What we know also by data from, talking about precedent, we know what comes in these, even though we have warmer fall here sometimes, but we are headed into flu season and other things. We know what happens. We've seen this. So also, Dr. Drotti, I would like to know from, not tonight, But in response to my colleague comments about sixth grade and Jen's comments about sixth grade, and I'm not saying that they're wrong, and I don't know that to be the case, but I'd like to hear from Dr. Mora, not tonight, but I'd like to hear from the folks who are on the ground doing this as to what the skinny is there. And if that's the area, I am really worried about the bandwidth of our staff. I am genuinely, truly concerned. And as Dr. Drotti often has said to me, hey, Richard, is the juice worth the squeeze? That's what you said to me, right? You probably said that to a few other people in the Ben-ism. But not to foreshadow too much where I'm going in the next agenda item, but I think you know I'm a firm believer in vaccinations. So like the very smart young person who spoke to us from, I think it was one of our high schools, I think it was Samuel, I don't remember, in the public speakers, forgive me to that student, first of all, for Samuel, for forgetting. I concur with that student voice about the significance of vaccinations. And I would much rather the squeeze be put into thinking about moving forward there rather than trying to create some sort of pilot, which I know you are already stretched to the nth degree. So, Mr. President, yes on the 7 days for me, no on the modified at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, I've got everyone's recommendation here of what we've done. If you'd like, I can repeat that now. And then if there's any final comments, maybe we go to that. Does that sound okay? Okay, so so Ben, Sarah, Dr. Mora, Dr. Kelly, Melody, here's where we are. This is what I heard. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The board is unanimous on moving from a 10-day quarantine to a 7-day quarantine with the negative test at day 5 as soon as humanly possible. As for the modified quarantine as presented by LA County Department of Public Health, I think it's the direction of the board to get more information on this, to find out what is the capacity of staff, what would a realistic timeline be, what would it look like, what's deliverable, not just the idea, but what's deliverable. Part 2 of that is the health of our staff must be considered as well as the health of our students. Next part, monitor our data and see how our testing program is working. We're only 4 weeks in. We've just finally gotten the full buy-in, and we're finally, there's ramifications for people that don't sign up. So the testing program is in full swing. Get us the data from that so we can see how it's working. There was the discussion of a pilot, maybe Malibu, maybe somewhere else, who knows? This is a direct, but it comes down to whatever staff can deliver. Maybe that's something that Dr. Drotti can come back. It goes in the category of what's realistic for staff right now. And is that something that they feel is logical to try something, or is that unnecessary to try something? It's not like we're trying a new academic model. Those are all the recommendations that I have here. Yes, Lori.
I think one you forgot, which is basically, I think everyone feels we need to figure out how to provide more academic support, particularly for sixth graders.
I'm sorry, that was
who
yours.
are-
Sixth grade needs help, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Sixth grade needs help. Triple exclamation point. Yes.
And then one other thing, I don't know that everyone said this, but I think probably would agree. It's not, you have to do it tomorrow, but as part of the, how did you just put it, John? Getting more information, also sharing more information so that the families in this district understand what you're considering, both the monumental effort it'll take, but what it is also, because I just think unfortunately the name was not a good name for what it's.
Yeah, and if I could add on to that, just real quickly, sorry about that. Again, when we speak about information, well, there's already lots of information overload. So I think we really want to speak to, I made this comment earlier, to simplify the information in a way that is palatable and is user-friendly. And oftentimes, certain kinds of graphs that are simplified and clear that can lead a person in a story can be very, very helpful
Yeah, and just to add on to that, to piggyback on that, maybe, yes, slow down to be more, whatever the word is, efficacious. I honestly, when I read this thing, I have to keep reading it and reading it and reading it. So maybe there's a different way of presenting it. Maybe it's a video, maybe it's a webinar, maybe it's one of those almost cartoony like things so that you can follow and you can't do that. You need help for that. But yeah, to keep, I think I want to say, I think you're doing a great job trying to share information. And it is, as Keith says, there's so much you can't even share it all, and people can't read it all, that you just can't digest it. So figuring out some ways to share that are kind of creative and.
Well, let me piggyback on that, and let's see if this is acceptable to the board, because of the note that I had here, I tried to put a time frame on it. It seems to me that that you don't need any more talking to us for the 10 to 7 immediately. That full steam ahead. It might make sense to come back to the board with that information and data for the October 7th meeting. And maybe, Dr. Girardi, you said that maybe end of next week or some point next week, you could put together a webinar or something else for people. If you have the capacity to do that, that might be good for next week. And then the following week, we have the discussion at the board level. But again, everybody's doing so much work, so you'll have to see what you can do and can't do. So that seems to be all the recommendations there.
Yeah, it's not an actual recommendation, but in a sense, what I had mentioned earlier, I mean, there's just a lot of stuff, and our asks are always a lot of asks. But there, at one point, Dr. Girardi, I think you need to figure out somewhere, and not your existing staff, somebody that you can bring in to coordinate all these pieces, because that's what really you need to do. Because there's so many just pieces that we need to follow up on, and that you really can't put it on already someone that already has too much on their plate. So you really need somebody that's going to oversee the overall process of the testing, of the mandate vaccine, all that stuff has all come under the, like, what is it they say under the COVID liaisons in San Bernardino is like the control center. Kind of like we do in emergencies, that we have our emergency control center for emergencies. We have to do the same thing. This is an emergency.
Well, they kind of are.
Yeah,
It's killing them.
Yeah, but I'm saying somebody to be able to coordinate those pieces. Yeah, outside help. Yeah.
Okay, so great. So I think we're good for this item right now. I think we've given clear direction to Dr. Girardi and staff. I think it's consistent with how we've been treating things since last March. But great. So Dr. Girardi, you'll let us know about you'll communicate with the public 10 to 7. You'll communicate with the public if something gets put together for next week. And then obviously October 7th, people can expect a further in-depth discussion of the modified quarantine with some more data and capacity, staff capacity to back it up. Great. So now we go to H2, which is another light item. Consider adopting resolution number 21. I don't have a final number on that here. Sarah will get that for me. Requiring COVID-19 vaccinations for eligible students. So, Dr. Girardi, are you introducing this, or are we jumping right into it?
I think let's jump right into it. I think to me, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation,
Okay,
my
so
update.
It was introduced during the update. We all know that a couple of weeks ago, LAUSD, the second largest school district in the United States, adopted a vaccine mandate. It is in two parts. The first part was affecting athletes engaged in after-school activities. There was a shorter time frame on that. And then the second part was they wanted all of their students, eligible students 12 and up, vaccinated by January 10th. And they laid out a timeline for that. They also laid out a timeline for children who turn 12 after that January 10th period. Based on their resolution, we crafted a similar resolution. Remember, this is a discussion item. This is not an action item tonight. We have not put dates in, nor have we put in, well, I guess dates are the big issue. So that's not in yet, but that's the discussion. So I guess the first part of the discussion should be, what is our capacity as a board for addressing such a mandate? And as for dates, would we want to propose something now, we would want to follow the LAUSD model. So I guess we should just turn right to, well, we do have public comment on this, obviously, so maybe we should hear from the members of our public. Yeah. Forgive me for doing it this way. Is there anything from the board to clarify this before we go to the public comment and then our own personal comments? Okay, so why don't we hear from the members of the public, and then we will have a discussion. Remember, this, no matter what we do, this will be coming back to us if we choose to make this come back to us for action. So there's no action tonight. The members of the public hear that as well. There is no action tonight. So are we ready?
Mr. President, how many speakers do we have on this item?
Okay, 16.
I recommend that, I move that we allow for 1 minute for each speaker.
Okay, I will mention the names 3 at a time. Brianna Patterson, Claude Nafo, and Chevy Baruch.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. I just as one as educators, I think you're taking the law into your own hands with this COVID, and you're implementing things that are totally unethical. COVID has a 99.7% survival rate, for one. You're testing children on a weekly basis. Have no symptoms of anything. Take their temperature, okay. You're forcing parents to do something they don't want to do medically. The next thing coming along is vaccines. Parents have a right to decide what they want to do for their children. This board as a whole is going to be implicated for this. I think Dr.
The speaker's time is up.
Obsessed with COVID.
Chevy Baruch, then Chris Lefebvre, and then Dayton Patterson.
A substantiated report received by a government board of a board district or county office of education shall be subject to the provisions of section 44031 of the Education Code. It's acknowledged this is claimed that there's supposed health emergency. However, the forcing of COVID testing, forcing of COVID injections, and forcing to wear masks may cause injury or death, repetitive psychological torture provided by a threat or coercion that by a child must wear a mask, putting up dividers, shaming, humiliation, or any other form of segregation, bullying, or shaming, including questioning my child about their medical information or medical status, or sharing that information openly around my child's peers in order to force my child to comply with arbitrary mandates shall be reported under the duty of mandate reports. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, and you are no longer in ignorance of the facts. California Education Code S 49005.8 prohibits physical restraint techniques that obstruct people's respiratory airway or impairs people's breathing or respiratory capacity. California Education Code S 49005.8 provides impertinent part and educational providers.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Chris Lefebvre, Dayton Patterson, and then Joy Wilcox.
Everyone, it's Chris Lefebvre, giving support Dr. Dry and Senator Allen. I see that you're here. Senator resident homeowner had a concern that whose daughter was also bullied recently, though it pales in comparison to Dr. Dry's shocking physical and emotional aggression at both. Second, shame on you to restrict public comments to 1 minute tonight. vaccines.
The speaker's time is up.
Indoor existing public education.
Thank you. Dayton Patterson, then Joy Wilcox, then Heather Zimmerman. Yes, we can hear you.
Ready?
Yes.
Use of a physical restraint technique that obstructs a pupil's respiratory airway or impairs a pupil's breathing or respiratory capacity, including techniques in which staff members place pressure on a pupil's back or places or her body weight against a pupil's torso or back. Use of behavioral restraint technique that restricts breathing, including but not limited to using a pillow, blanket, carpet mat, or other items to cover a pupil's face. Masks are clearly a restraint technique that restricts breathing and respiratory capacity. The fact that they are being mandated for the public health reason does not negate California Education 49005.8. The legislature hereby recognizes that all pupils enrolled in the state public schools have the inalienable right to attend classes on school campuses that are safe, secure, and peaceful. Therefore, it is the policy of the state of California to ensure that all local educational agencies continue to work to reduce discrimination, harassment, violence, intimidation, and bullying. It is comprehended that in light of this alleged public health emergency, certain precautions may be taken. However, no action shall be taken that may risk child abuse. That action requires not providing proof of claim of the science and due process. While your intentions may be good and just, otherwise good and just, it's sought by force or fraud.
The speaker's time is up.
Great enemies of peace are force and wrong. If you feel this is an error, please submit.
Thank you. Jane Rainsford, followed by David Novell, and then Jill Hawkins.
First, I have a legal question. Do you have the legal authority to practice medicine? Also, who issued that authority? I would like to contribute to this discussion by pointing you in the direction of VAERS. VAERS is the Vaccine of First Events Reporting System for the United States of America. Last week, on September the 17th, 2021, at the Vaccine and Related Biological Product Advisory Committee, Dr. Jessica Rose, a viral immunologist and VAERS analyst, was reporting on the safety and efficacy of the EUA products. I quote her, "There has been 1,000% increase in the total number of adverse reported events in 2021, and we are not done with 2021. This is highly anomalous. There are clear risk signals emerging from the data. I want the CDC and FDA to confirm that the risk-benefit of any EUA product outweigh any potential benefit associated with these products, especially for children. Seeing that we are an international community in Santa Monica, I ask you that you look outside of Santa Monica in your discussion and
The
look at
speaker's time is up.
and cautious decisions from other countries. For example, in the United Kingdom, this can
David Novell, followed by Jill Hawkins, and then Annika Evans.
Yes, hello. Guys, I need to state about this being a huge pandemic, as others have stated, the percentage of kids who are actually affected is so low. I also want to talk about the religious exemption that we, some of us have invoked, that for some reason has been denied, all of them. And this is not an ask, this is an invocation. Plus, what about teaching kids how to eat healthy and exercise? How about something like that? What about screening for tuberculosis and AIDS? Why stop at COVID? Are you guys doctors? You don't have the authority to mandate what you guys are doing. Why are you not addressing the bullying as well? What about the suicides, the ODs, because of what these kids are going through? I don't think you guys even realize that or are taking that into account. How come my kid was red screened last night when supposedly the red screen has?
The speaker's time is up.
Jill Hawkins, followed by Annika Evans, and then Maria Loya.
So Dr. Girardi got COVID 3 weeks before school and he was vaccinated. It sounds like vaccine failure. Per the CDC director, vaccines don't stop the person from getting the illness, doesn't stop transmission, and have the same viral load, if not more, than unvaccinated. What are we doing? We are now getting 3 vaccines in 8 months. That's, again, vaccine failure. I hope you guys still have some common sense and some critical thinking skills on this matter. This is vaccine failure. Vaccine injury is real and not rare, and it is skyrocketing. We must have freedom of choice, freedom to choose. Someone can wear 10 masks if they want to and goggles, but we got to stop segregating, stop mandating. It's about freedom. This is America. Start teaching this in school. Start teaching the Constitution. It's time.
Annika Evans, followed by Maria Loya, and then Wade Major.
You're still muted?
Sorry, okay. Okay, so who's saying that you were about the law, you changing the laws? You were not the legislature to do that. The Federal Emergency Use Authorization Law requires a right to refuse EU-aid products in an experimental medical trial involving children require parental consent. In addition, please see California Health and Safety Code 120335 under California Health and Safety Code 120335. Only the California Department of Public Health can add a new vaccination to the childhood immunization schedule. And at that time, the CDPH has not done so. California law simply does not allow individual public schools and school district like your district, Santa Monica district, SMMUSD, to literally decide which additional vaccinations
The speaker's time is up.
its students must take prior to being allowed to enjoy an
Thank you. Maria Loya, Wade Major, and then Sandra Luban. Yes, we can.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I urge that your decision be led by science and not fear. This is a quote from the FDA. The FDA conducted a rigorous evaluation of the post-authorization safety surveillance data pertaining to myocarditis and pericarditis following administration of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. The observed risk is higher among males under 40 years of age compared to females and older males. And most importantly, the observed risk is highest in the males 12 through 17. I also want to state that it is illegal to force people to take a vaccine that is still under emergency use authorization. You don't have the authority to force parents to give consent to have their children be vaccinated. That is not your role. You are overstepping your role. And
The speaker's time is up.
To decide.
Thank you. Wade Major, Sandra Luban, and then Michelle Tarazi.
All right. Your own counsel in the last meeting told you that you didn't have the authority to do this. So you don't have the legal authority to do it. You're going to invite lawsuits. And the time you're trying to convince LACO that you're financially responsible and that you shouldn't lose money, it's a pretty crazy way to do it, to invite lawsuits. Being that's not going to convince anybody. Second of all, you need to start posting data on the website. Parents have a right to know what's the positivity rate, who's tested positive in what schools, what's the transmission rate. We need to know that. The county posts data, and the county's data all shows we're on the end slide of this. All the metrics are going down. You guys are ramping up. Makes absolutely no sense. Dr. Dradi said it doesn't stop until we get the vaccines. That's wrong. I just un-RSVP'd myself from an event this week that wanted us to be masked and vaccinated and have a PCR test within 72 hours. It's not stopping with vaccines. We need an off-ramp. Give us specific data that says this is when we stop.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Michelle Tarazi, and then we have someone who signed in as concerned parent. I assume you will know who you are. Oh, I'm sorry, I did. I scrolled down too far. Sandra Luban, then Michelle Tarazi, and then whoever has signed in as concerned parent.
I would like to quote an article from the LA Times. School Superintendent Dan school districts are not public health agencies, says Stefanowski, who has consulted with attorneys over the matter. We don't have public health officers, so restricting or eliminating access to schools districts in tenuous legal positions. A district that goes forward with policy in an untested area of law, especially one as serious as excluding students, opens itself up to serious legal exposure. Excluding students from school is a very serious step and should not be taken lightly. I don't believe this is about the virus anymore. You guys are trying to stop the spread, and it won't happen with this vaccine because it doesn't stop the spread. I believe this is about money. California was giving $15 billion. I believe this is about money. I believe you guys are pressured to get money, and this is what this is all about. You guys don't care about our children. You don't care about our fears that our children could get hurt, that they can get
The
cancer.
speaker's time is up.
That cut me off.
Thank you. Michelle Tarazi, the person who signed in as concerned parent, and then Alicia Peak.
Hello. I want to first say thank you to everyone. I know how hard you're working. I know everyone is doing what they're doing is coming from the best of intentions. So I just want that stated. However, I do want to remind everyone that these vaccines have been approved for 16 and above with the Pfizer vaccine, but have not been approved. They're still under emergency use that includes Pfizer for 16 and below. So your own counsel these could not be mandated legally. We are all vaccinated, the adults. So I want you talked about caring and being understanding of people and their situations. And I want you to know that it's not out of, this anti-vax or what people might be portraying people who are worried about their children getting it. It's a very new vaccine, which we don't know the potential long-term side effects for children. We're still
The speaker's time is up.
Hormonal changes and including puberty. So
Thank you. Concerned parent, can you find me that person? And whoever signed it as concerned parent, maybe put your raised hand function up, because Sarah can't find you. Or change your name, but then we won't know who that is. And in the meantime, let's do hear from Alicia Peak.
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for everything that you're doing. I know that you guys are really trying the best that you can.
However, I feel like you're very off base in even having a discussion about mandating vaccines for our children. I just looked up the data. 35 kids have died in California under 17 years old. Over 17 years old is 67,000. Kids are not dying from this. The facts that we are in a place we should be educating our kids on how to protect themselves. We should not be forcing parents to do things that they do not want to do with their children. I hope that you guys will actually look at the data of how this affects children versus adults. Please do not push this any further. I know it is only up for discussion tonight, but that's where it should end.
Thank you. Sarah, were you able to find? Okay, let's see if we can do it that way. Oh, actually, it's actually, there is now an email address on this person, so that's not, I don't think who it is. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you concerned parent? Did you sign in as
Well, I
concerned?
am a concerned parent.
No, but did you sign in as the concerned parent?
No, but I'm not to speak if that concerned parent does not speak up.
Go ahead. 1 minute. 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm Laura St. John. I have 3 sons, and looking at the VAERS data, I have a sons with natural immunity. I don't hear anything about natural immunity. And I also just want to speak and express it's a disgrace that parents are not being heard. Like, to see parents and hear parents cut off after this 60-second mark, but then you all like still carrying on with your meeting, talking about things with one another and exceeding like time and still laughing about things. It's really rude, honestly. And for the parents who are on the other side getting cut off with legitimate concerns, like, let me just explain my fear really is if I don't get cut off. My 17-year-old son has had COVID. He has had more of a risk of getting the vaccine than getting COVID and getting hurt. It's not going to stop the spread, so it makes 0 sense for me as a parent right now, given the data that I can look at, to vaccinate him. I'll decide, what to do with my other sons. I believe they should not be vaccinated either.
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. And we didn't find the other person, right? Okay. Then that concludes the speakers on this item.
So, this is a resolution that is up for discussion. Comments, questions? All right, I'll go first. Why not? Into the fray. We are trying to keep schools open. We are trying to keep students and staff safe, and we are trying to keep schools open. So the more I think about this, there are 3 things that we can do. We mask, we test, and we encourage vaccination. Those are the 3 things that we can do, that we can actively do to keep schools open. I absolutely understand that people have their own personal values that they're making very clear, but I also understand that we are a public school district that serves 9,000 plus students. And to keep schools open, I believe that a vaccine mandate for those 12 and up is valid and should be considered. I would recommend following the LAUSD guidelines for dates. We would have to tie it to our return in January. I would be heartened to know that, hopefully in January, the anticipation for the emergency youth authorization for 12 to 15 should be lifted by then. If that's a concern for people, I'm sure we can discuss that. But that's where I am on this. We want to keep schools open. And to have somebody say, well, no one's dying. I'm not even going to address that other than to say masking, testing, and vaccines will allow us to keep schools open. It allows us to keep kids in classrooms instead of wasting time outside of classrooms, quarantining, being sick. So I'm in favor of bringing this resolution back as written with an LAUSD date timeframe in it at the October 7 meeting. Who wants to go next? Jen, then Rick.
So I actually have a problem with thinking that we're to as a district in the state of California, I think we should have vaccines. I think the state should pass a vaccine law for COVID. I have an issue in the sense that it seems to be a precedent that have different vaccine statuses in different districts in the state of California. But I understand that there's some pressure cooker in that you can create as a body, as an official body, to push a state in a direction that they should be going in, and that might be what we have to do to have the state address this. Because I don't think that we should have different vaccine rules in different districts in the state of California. I think that it has been the state that has been the body that has passed this law. So I'm willing to take it on, because I think that that's what they should be doing, and that we should be talking to them about doing it, and we should be leading this with the science that exists, knowing to keep kids safe. But I'm a little annoyed. I'm a little annoyed at the state of California for not addressing this and dealing with it. So
Your annoyance with the state is shared.
Okay.
And it's been repeated through it since March 13th. Richard, then Lori.
If it's allowable, Mr. President, I'd like to read a letter that was sent to the Board of Education earlier today by our two state legislators, the Honorable Richard Bloom and the Honorable Ben Allen, who we always like to point out was on this dais for a long time and is a friend to this district, as is Richard. The letter reads, "To the honorable members of the Board of Education, we write in support of resolution number 21 on the September 22 board agenda, which requires COVID-19 vaccinations for all eligible students in the Santa Monica-Malibu Unified School District. Many of us have been alarmed by the rising numbers of children hospitalized due to COVID-19 Delta variant. Failure to vaccinate not only puts children at risk, but increases risks for those too young to be vaccinated and community members with autoimmune disorders, respiratory diseases, and other serious health conditions. According to the Centers for Disease Control, COVID-19 vaccines have had the most intensive safety monitoring in United States history, which includes studies in adolescents. They recommend that everyone 12 years and older be vaccinated. In August, the California Department of Public Health issued an order requiring all K-12 school employees, public, private, and charter, to verify vaccine status or submit to weekly testing. In the same month, Culver City USD required that all eligible students receive the vaccine. Los Angeles USD, the second largest school district in the nation, made the same decision 2 weeks ago. As a key component of the multi-layered defense against the spread of COVID-19, vaccines can help protect students, teachers, and other school staff while ensuring that schools remain open for in-person learning. We urge you to protect access to in-person education and protect the health of our community by voting for resolution number 21. Sincerely, Ben Allen, Senator of the 26th District, State of California, and Richard Bloom, Assembly Member, 50th District.
Have a comment on top of that? Or
Oh,
you'd let that
yes,
speak for
yes,
yourself?
thank
Okay.
you. I most certainly concur with my colleague Jen Smith about the need for a statewide vaccine mandate. I support the resolution that is here moving forward at our board. I too would prefer to follow the path that LAUSD has identified for itself with regards to the time. And I want to make abundantly clear that the the suggestion in this resolution is not denying students education, and I think that we need to make that clear. This is something that, if there is the will to bring this forward or bring it back, excuse me, we will need to address the many various components identified in the whereases. There's a lot to be said here, of course, about what it would mean, etc. Such a mandate. I've thought a lot about this, and particularly the question about freedom and order. We heard that a lot, I think, from some of our speakers this evening, and whether or not it is the authority of this governing body or any governing body to place such a mandate. I think all of us are aware, as Jen mentioned in her comments just a moment ago, that, and I think that Dr. Draghty has addressed time and time again before this board, the state of California has in place requirements for vaccination for children to be in schools. We are in an unprecedented public emergency, and I am not a medical doctor, but what I do know is to follow the science, and I hear the science, and I think that there is evidence that such a mandate would be beneficial to keeping our children in school and to curbing the spread of COVID-19. And something that I think many of us are concerned about is the rooting of additional variants that could then actually make the existing vaccinations not work. And I will say vaccines do work. I'm grateful that Dr. Draghty, you're here with us this evening, and the many friends and people I've known who have gotten COVID after getting a vaccine. We're not hospitalized and we're not put on ventilators. I think all of us know someone who has died of COVID-19. We've lost people at the college. Maria and I have people that are close to us in that community there. And we know that people have gotten very, very sick. And yeah, so I'm for the vaccine, and I am for the vaccine mandate, and I support following the model of LAUSD.
Lori? Keith and Maria, do you want to get on the list?
I too see this as a necessary part of our plan to keep our schools open by providing all the protections we can to those who attend and who work in our schools. I also see this as a part of what is widely acknowledged to be the ultimate way to defeat COVID-19, which is to get everyone vaccinated as soon as that is safe and possible. The FDA has approved, given temporary authorization, not permanent, but temporary authorization for those 12 and up to be vaccinated. And the Department of Public Health and the CDC both encourage children over 12 to get vaccinated. We're not making this up. This is recommended by health officials, national and local. I guess I maybe it goes without saying, but I feel like we have to do these things not only for ourselves, but for each other. More than 650,000 people have died in this country. This is not just, oh, let's just, make people do things just because we have the power to do that. There is none of that that goes into mine or anybody's thinking up here. I think that the message has been put out by so many health officials, which is pretty straightforward, saying when we increase vaccination rates, we protect everyone, and that's the only way we're ultimately going to defeat COVID-19. There are many children and young adolescents hospitalized because of the low vaccination rates across the country. We're lucky that we are, at least, and more so in Santa Monica than in Malibu, have a higher rate of vaccination. But there are obviously children who under 12 who have not even been able to get a temporarily authorized vaccination, though that seems like it will happen in the near future. I think we all look forward to the day when no one needs to go to school masked and we no longer have a need for testing. To me, getting students vaccinated is the path to that destination. It's part of how we get to the off ramp that we all talk about every time we have a COVID-19 discussion. So I guess I want to say that I also want to say one thing about those people who do have the desire to have more clarity with which comes with longitudinal studies and which comes with long-term research and all of that. I too wish we could have all of that. I think everyone does. And I think the issue is we're in a pandemic. Our country hasn't had a pandemic. The world hasn't seen a pandemic since way before any of us were born. So this is a unique situation. And I feel like we have to take note of that. But for that, I would say temporary authorization might not be necessitated, would not necessitate a vaccine mandate. God, I can't talk. Mandate. But I feel very strongly that this is a different situation. And again, medical and public health experts have been very clear that they believe the vaccine is safe. So I guess I want to say I do support moving this forward, but I want to add a few things to it. One thing I think we should do is provide educational materials for all who are interested regarding the safety of the vaccine from a medical and a public health perspective. And it is true, as people say to us, none of you are doctors. We aren't. We're following the lead of others who do have medical and public health expertise, and I think we should share that information with people. I also think in keeping in line with what Jen especially was raising, I think we should, I don't know whether it's a letter, I think maybe it's a letter, send a letter to the governor, to the legislature, and to the Department of Public Health, asking that they take necessary action to support all districts by enacting a statewide vaccine mandate. It troubles me too that all districts aren't comfortable doing this or aren't doing this or won't be comfortable doing it. And I think it really is incumbent on the leadership at the state level and even at the county level that they take some control over this. And I do think the LAUSD adoption of the mandate speaks strongly. I think.
Recording in progress.
Okay. I think that for us and for other districts to line up behind LAUSD's mandate is about protecting children, and it is about making a statement to the legislature and the governor that they need to act on behalf of all districts. And then the last thing I would say, and we might reach out to other districts too and ask them to join in those pleas. And I would include CSBA and other organizations that lobby in Sacramento. We should reach out to them. The last thing I would say is I think we should fill in the dates that are blank in the resolution that's on the agenda. And I think it makes sense to use I think it's November 21st and November 19th. Those are what LAUSD used. And I assume our staff should check the calendar because their vacation dates may be different than ours. But I assume those dates were chosen because that would mean when you come back to school after winter break, students would be vaccinated. As to the students who are, where is this? The ones, I think there's a 7 days. The ones who are in person extracurricular activities and the importance of that because they really are in close contact with each other and with other students from other districts when who don't have vaccine mandates. I don't think we can use the LAUSD dates because we won't even be adopting this until what the date they used, which I think was October 3rd. So I don't know what date that should be. Maybe we should bump that back a month from what they use or something. Maybe it should be November 1st, November 3rd. I don't know what day of the week any of those fall on. I would leave that to our staff to figure out, but obviously I don't think we can use the date that we pass it. You have to give people time to comply. So I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you. Keith Maria Craig.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Board Member Lieberman, for your comments. Firstly, you know, as a son of a mother who loved me, I recognize that people are concerned about their children, and I have 2 kids myself. So I feel that. But it's strange to hear some in the public make comments stating that the board has no authorization, and there's nothing in the law that speaks to a governing authority being able to act in the best interests of a population. And as my colleague Richard TJ spoke to, there are clear laws on the books. California school immunization law, California health and safety codes that speak to this. It's there. These statutes speak and clearly saying that children in California are required to receive certain immunizations in order to attend public and private elementary and secondary schools, child care centers, family daycare homes, nursery schools, day nurseries, and developmental centers. And the schools and pre-garden facilities are required to enforce immunization requirements and maintain said immunization records of all children enrolled and submit these reports. That is the law. And we all know what that looks like because we all have to get our kids immunized with those long yellow forms that we all have to get filled out to make sure that these kids are protected. This is all done to ensure that the kids are safe. And we know what these all are: diphtheria, hepatitis B, measles, mumps, pertussis, poliomyelitis, rubella, tetanus, varicella, and the list goes on. So this is not coming from a place of as Board Member Lieberman suggested, a place of in a vacuum. Clearly it's not. And past history, those immunization laws evidence that these mandates are for the greater good. So let's try and be mindful, take a deep breath, let's be a little bit less emotional, think critically, be purposeful, and do with intention and make a deliberate practice relative looking at the safety of said children. Now, secondly, I also heard something that was strange to me, which I heard a member of the public say that no kids are getting COVID. And that was challenging to me because Hispanic children are about 8 times more likely, and Black children 5 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than their white peers. And as we recognize, in the last 18 months of this pandemic, it's clear that, like COVID for adults, Black and Hispanic children are far more likely to experience symptoms warranting hospitalization. These social determinants of health factors are clear because these populations have been dying at a much greater rate than everyone else. And this includes the challenges that kids face and the potential dangers of these hospitalizations as well. So I take umbrage with the statement that no kids are getting COVID because Latino and Black kids are being very challenged by this. And we need to ensure that they are safe. And all of what this is about is continuous improvement to try and keep these kids safe while maintaining a practice and an environment for them to continue to thrive and have transformational learning. That's what everyone on this board is about. That's what everyone in this district is about. People are professional, people are committed, people are doing the best that they can in the best interest of these students. We must be mindful of that. As I said in the last board meeting, the children are watching us. Some of the sentiment that we've heard today and over the last course of this year and months, adults, are these the kind of behaviors that we want to model for our young children? Is that what we're supposed to be teaching them? This kind of toxicity, this negativity. Is that what we want our children to be like? I don't think so. So let's continue to think well, ensure that we're doing things in the best interest of our students and the rest of the district family to keep everyone safe. It was clear with information today, our nurses, our staff, our teachers are under severe stress, and we have to take care of all of us. This is a Santa Monica and Malibu Unified School District family. So let's be like family and take care of each other.
Thank you, Keith. Maria, then Craig.
Well, thank you. I don't know how to follow that, Keith. I think you said you hit the sentiment of myself and many others on this board. I'll keep it simple. One of the key things that I think that all of us on this board are here for to make sure that like a family, we're going to protect our family and all our kids, all our students. I consider my kids. And when we're here, that's our purpose of this board, to be able to protect them and so that they're able to come to school on a daily basis and not be sent home because of other circumstances. But one of the key things that yes, we're not scientists, we're not doctors. However, we are following this in the sense that the science that is in our hands is the direction that's being given to us by the county, by the state. First of all, the CDC national, statewide, in the county health office to be able to help us, guide us to be able to make decisions that are sound as best it can be. You know, from the beginning since we closed on in March of 2020 to now, things have drastically changed. And so the continuity of everything changing, that between now and even what we're saying that we want our kids to be vaccinated by a certain date in January, things might even change in between that time. We don't know. And so we have to be fluid enough to be able to change with the times of making sure that, again, the bottom line is to be able to protect all our students in our district. Having said that, you know, I'm looking at the resolution and I'm looking to see in terms of the dates, and that's my only concern is the dates that we put on this resolution to see whether, and I do agree with Jen and everybody else that said that it's really the legislators and the states were hoped to be taking this decision, but they have not taken it. So they, in a sense, they kind of dropped it on all the school districts to make the decisions that they should be doing, not us. But be that as it may, then I think that we should make the best decision that we can for our kids here in this district. And that in between that time, I agree, we have to lobby to make sure that in between that we can force them. We're not going to wait. I hope we're not going to wait till February when they come back, but I think we have to pressure them to make a decision. And we need to go to the governor to make sure that, I don't know, you know, that was a question I was having a conversation with Lori in terms of whether he can do, what is the governors do?
Executive order or
An
something
executive
like that.
order for him to kind of,
No idea.
you know, mandate that, then let's ask for that. I think we have a lot of, we have CSBA that represents them. Let's have them represent us as they duly should, and pressure the state to come, you know, to come with a decision to make the mandate. But I think we can't wait for that. That we have to move forward. So I'm going to move forward. You know, I'm going to go ahead and support this, but with the condition that hopefully we're going to do other pressures to make sure that the state will validate this in between that time when this comes into play in terms of the dates for the vaccination.
Great, thanks, Maureen. I have those notes in here. Our last speaker on the item, I think, is Craig, unless somebody else needs to. Then I'll give the review of what I've heard. We'll see if there's anything I've omitted.
So I could talk for a long time on this. I'm going to try to be brief. There's a lot that I could unpack. We celebrate Fred Korematsu Day every year as a board. And in my mind, that day is a reminder of the overreach of frightened people. It's a reminder of what smart people are willing to give up. Huge things. Their integrity, the sovereignty of other people, protect what turn out to be fears and ungrounded fears, or certainly far less than what was given up to try to prevent them. I have a friend who's a Kurd. He came to the United States under asylum from the Turkish government. And after 9/11, as we all know now, the United States went a little pear-shaped about Middle Easterners. And he was thrown into the maws of an unbelievable government process that never once acknowledged anything more subtle than he was a Mid-Easterner and he had trouble with the local government in the Middle East, and therefore he was a problem. And in the course of that, I got a book called Perilous Times, which is about Schenck versus the U.S. in World War I, and the free speech we were willing to give up because somehow we thought that letting Germans speak or letting people speak freely in the United States was going to cost us our freedom. And it just happens over and over and over again that Americans are willing to give up precious freedoms to prevent or to try to prevent the fear of the day. And I personally want absolutely no part of forcing anybody else to put a needle in their arm and to put a vaccine in their system. I'm all for vaccines. I'm vaccinated. My daughter chose to be vaccinated. My wife's vaccinated. I just don't think it's our school district's place in particular to make that decision. And I'm not afraid of independent action. I was all in favor of moving quickly to close the schools in COVID, moving quickly to close the schools under a number of crisis situations ahead of LA County. It's not this. This is just, I don't believe that, I personally don't believe, and I don't think we as a board should take a position as a school board to mandate a permanent medical intervention into somebody's life, however much we think it's needed, however much we think it's justified. And I particularly say that against the background of a long history of overreaches of people who felt absolutely justified and absolutely terrified about what would happen if they didn't take action. And so they took an action in history viewed as being so much worse than the thing they were trying to prevent. So you can count me, please, as a no vote on this, or, we'll see as we go along, but I'm a pretty hard no vote on anything to do with forcing people to put vaccines into their system. I am absolutely all in favor of doing everything we can to encourage that, to inform that, to make sure that the necessity of it, that the benefits of it are understood, but not the coercive part. We can't hold free appropriate public education hostage against the need to put a vaccine into an unwilling child's or an unwilling adult's child's body.
Okay, thanks, Craig. What I'd like to do is review what I've heard from this, I'm going to.
I
going-
need to.
Okay.
If you don't want to.
I do like to do the business first. Okay. This is what I've heard, and then you guys can let me know if I've neglected anything. That we would like this to come back on October 7th. We would like staff to figure out the proper dates. That for a full mandate, the LAUSD dates geared towards our vacation dates would be a good guide. But for athletics, we should probably go a little further out so we can accommodate our families who might not be vaccinated yet. We'd like to encourage state leadership to get their act together and do their job. And also encourage CSBA as well as peer districts. We'd like to provide educational materials to address vaccine hesitancy in a simple and plain way. Those are the three things I've heard. So this would come back on the 7th. I'd like to say one more thing, though.
Get to what I think
Yes,
you're
sir.
about to say. This is
Yeah.
to what you called business. I don't think it's a wise idea to bring this back on the 7th which is a regular meeting of the school board. LAUSD had a special meeting of their board to do this when we just had to postpone so many of our regularly scheduled items here. I do think that, I mean, we're now on 2 postponements, right? This meeting tonight, the meeting before, we will be in the same situation again, not getting the full business of the district done.
So you'd like us to find perhaps
Yes,
a
please.
date?
If the will of the board is to bring this back, bring it back.
Maybe in the week following,
Yes.
finding a date that would work. I'm absolutely
Thank
amenable
you.
to that. So Sarah, we probably would bring it back the week after, second week in October. Yeah, if that allows us to get our job done. I'd like to say something because this has come up a few times now, and it's something that I'm all for a good analogy or metaphor that allows us to understand something. I think our colleague Craig is very gifted in his use of analogies and metaphors. I think tonight he is not. As someone with family who died in Auschwitz, who died in Ravensbrück, I really, really don't like hearing internment camps and other things such as that used in comparison to anything. At a meeting a few weeks ago, a member of the public spoke to the movie The Pianist and compared our actions to that. The Holocaust was an absolute evil. Those things were absolute evils. I completely 100% respect my colleague's opinion. I thought he stated his opinion beautifully. I thought the analogy was inappropriate. And as someone who has lived this, as someone who has taught this, I think we have to have conversations without those extremisms that we bring in. Thank you.
Hey, I'm sorry, John. I specifically stayed away from saying anything about anything anybody else said, and I had opinions about a bunch of it. I really wish you would just have let my minority view go, because I disagree completely with your disagreement and would argue that you proved my point, which is how fear blinds us. The entire point of Korematsu is about overreach in times of fear. And I'm sorry that brought your work in a way that's unproductive, but we need to be able to just simply let people disagree. And I disagreed as respectfully and calmly as I could in a 6-1 vote. I don't think anybody needs to be calling out my disagreement.
There was no vote, and I specifically said the way you made your disagreement, I thought was perfect. I thought it represented your values and your point of view. I thought your disagreement was perfect, Craig, and I said that. I thought your use of the analogy of Korematsu and fear guiding these issues, you brought in 9/11. I thought that was extreme. I thought you overstepped on. That's all I said. Not your opinion. I thought your opinion, your disagreement was expressed perfectly.
I don't know why it's necessary to correct me, right? If everybody watching this meeting, people 100 years from now come back and watch it, they can think that that if they want to, but that's problematic for me. You know,
Okay.
It's enough that it's a 6-1 vote.
We didn't vote. There was no vote.
Okay, call it what you will, straw vote, whatever, but it didn't need to be corrected. You guys were moving on with what we're moving on with, and I hear you.
We can, you know what, we can speak offline. You and I are friends. We can agree to disagree. You and I can speak offline and work through this. Because if we're speaking as friends right now, and that we probably shouldn't do that at a board meeting. Yes, sir.
And, you know, thank you for your comments, Board Member Foster, and we all want to, you know, maintain our values, feel that we're valued, believe that we add value. But I think that one of your comments with respect to people should just have their choice to do whatever they want is not relevant with respect to how the law is actually on the books. And if I may, I'll just state again from the California School Immunization Law, the California Health and Safety Code, which states under these statutes, children in California are required to receive certain immunizations in order to attend public and private elementary and secondary schools, and et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera. So already there is a requirement for young kids based on California law for them to attend schools. So the statement that people don't have to do that that's untrue, because those immunizations are required for kids to attend school presently. And you know that, and that's in the code.
Okay, I'd love to move on. First, well, actually, it's 10:39. We have some business to do that was pushed from last meeting. I would ask the board's permission if we can take a show of hands to extend the meeting for at least another half hour to try to tend to business. Wonderful. We have some major action items to get to. First one is major action item I2. Approve appointments to district advisory committees. There were two people who were left off our appointments from when we had this meeting on September 2nd. One member for VAPA, one member for CDAC. I would take a motion to add these two individuals to their respective DACs. Moved by Jennifer, seconded by Lori. I will do a roll call vote. Keith? Oh, sorry, I should ask for are there any comments or questions about this? Okay, we'll do a roll call. Keith?
Yes.
Jennifer? Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
This is the DAC vote?
DAC, Dami Pitoro and Laura Lieb.
No.
Sarah, do we still have our student members? Do I still have Felix or Nate? Okay. It's very late. Okay, and I'm a yes as well, so that is 7-0. Our next item is I3, revised board bylaw 9322, agenda and meeting materials. This is information that we spoke at our retreat, not a retreat, it was more of a study session retreat in August. We spoke at length about some minor revisions to our board bylaws in this matter. This was included in our agenda for 9/2. It was tabled, it was taken off and postponed to this meeting, which means we have had over 4 weeks to look at the red lines and the corrections. If anybody has any questions or comments about this, I am happy to ask Sarah, who did the legwork on this, but it is just an exact interpretation of the direction from our first reading of it. So I'd like to see if anybody has anything clarifying they would like to ask Sarah in terms of the creation of this revision, and we do have public comments on it. Are there anything clarifying on this? So then we will have to go to our public comments on this. I believe we have 10 public comments for I3. I believe we have 10 public comments on this. Due to the hour, I think Richard is about to say it. I think we have 10 comments, and due to the late hour, we will do 1 minute per speaker.
Yes. The first speaker is Angela Di Gaetano, followed by Brianna Patterson, and then Claude Naffo.
Hi, yes, thanks for hearing me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I was wondering how you can possibly justify stopping parents from speaking on items when it's been mentioned several times in this meeting that there's new information daily. People are busy, nobody can keep up with all of the information that's coming. It sounds a lot like another form of silencing. How does this benefit the subjects of the districts? It seems like a cheap shot. Are we all here to encourage discussion and not silence it? Which seems to be the rule of what's going on tonight. So it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Brianna Patterson, Claude Naffo, Dayton Patterson.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me again. And am I on right now?
You are.
Okay. I just want to say kudos to Mr. Craig Foster for speaking up for people's rights and parents' rights to choose what goes in their children's bodies. And the other gentleman on the board, shame on you. You're a disgrace. Trying to bring something about religion and whatever else you were meddling with is awful. You guys implemented masks on children. They're suffocating 8 hours a day. You try and wear a mask all day long. This PCR test is bogus. They have no symptoms. You have no right to even implement that. That's all going to a company called Perkin-Elmer in Massachusetts. You signed a contract at the state level for $180 million a week in revenue. You're testing these children without any basis. Now you're leaving it up to a vaccine that is poisonous, that had 5 to 7 months of testing, when most
The speaker's time is up.
5 to 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Dayton Patterson, then Heather Zimmerman, and then David Neville. I'm sorry, David Neville. Neville, you'll tell us when you speak. You see who? Heather Zimmerman? Okay, let's hear from her.
I disagree with limiting public comment to any item that was already discussed through a discussion item. The public needs to be able to speak regardless if the action material has been changed. Science is always updated, and this prevents the public bringing up new timely information to the time you discuss it to the time you are actioning it. I oppose limiting public comment on consent. Also, I want to add that 1.6 million people die every year from tuberculosis. There is no mask mandate for them, and there is no vaccine. And every year, 1.8 million people die from diarrhea, and there is no vaccine, and there is no mask. Thank you.
Where are we? David Neville. I'm sorry, please tell us whether your name is David Neville or Neville. Then Jill Hawkins, and then Sandra Luban. Neville. Okay, I had it right the first time. Sorry about that.
No problem. This is a joke. Now, one of you has heard a word from the public. When will you guys open your mind and listen to others who have different points of view from you? Where is the common sense in all of this? What happened to focusing on teaching instead of imposing tyrannical rules and spending our money on attorneys because you're being sued because you continue to violate our civil rights? Stop acting out of fear. You Regardless, you do not have the authority to mandate vaccines, masks, or testing. And yes, go Craig Foster. I hope you don't have to pay for all of the others' actions, especially you, John King. Thank you.
Wow.
That's how I used to work in Marple,
What, you're not on. Jill, I know I was going to ask you to say it out loud. Jill Hawkins, followed by Sandra Luban, and then Nikki Kohlhoff.
On this action item, this is called censorship, and new data is always coming out. Why would we not have this discussion? Senator Allen, I'm so glad you're on this call right now. As he knows, this is not on the CDC schedule. And on SB 277 on line 13, everyone has a right to exercise and vote their right to a religious exemption and a personal exemption on line 13. HHS has said 1% of vaccine injuries are being reported, and that already 600,000 have been reported on the COVID vaccine. We must have freedom of choice when death is a side effect on the vaccine.
No, I'm trying to figure out whether, I'm sorry, Sandra Luban, but I'm not sure that, I'm trying to understand whether Nikki actually signed up for this. Okay. Sandra Luban, Nikki, it says G3, but we think you meant I3. So Sandra Luban, Nikki Kohlhoff, and then Kevin Schenkman.
I just feel that this is getting to be more and more of a meeting for you guys. I don't even know why we're here. We are totally ignored. It says here that the board president has the discretion to not place an item requested by a member if he feels that it's been spoken about before. How do you know what we were going to even say? How do you even know? Maybe it's the same subject, but maybe there's other parts of it. Maybe it needs more discussion. There's more and more pushing us away, not caring what we think. And this is like tyranny. It really feels, and I'm Jewish too, and you know what? To start talking about the Holocaust and all of this stuff is just ridiculous. Let's get to the real deal, which is our children. We are shaping their future. And the force that you guys are putting, the stress, the anxiety. My daughter has so much anxiety from going to school. And you guys are causing this. It starts with you. Whatever you guys do can affect the teachers, the principals, and everybody else. And we're feeling it. Can you guys just
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Nikki Kohlhoff, and then Kevin Schenkman.
G. So I'm going to start now. The irony of limiting public comment on your bylaw amendments to limit public participation and transparency is not lost on anyone here. I mean, how pathetic. You guys are just topping yourselves tonight. Public comment not being allowed on items already considered. Who thinks it's been considered? This is like John Keane saying you considered adaptive reuse of the history building when it was never actually studied. The president being able to deny an agenda item because Keane thinks it's not worth it and more votes can't happen. Is that because you don't want Malibu to put something on an agenda, or if say a change slate got through with 3 votes? You guys are totally different from city council, which allows 1, and I think you see the activism starting there, and you're trying to avoid it by limiting public comment, limiting participation, and not allowing the public's voice to be heard on anything. Tonight was a pathetic
The speaker's
example.
time is up.
Thank you. Kevin Schenkman.
First, I feel compelled, half of my family died in the Holocaust as well, John. And I found, even though I don't fully agree with Board Member Foster's position, I certainly agree with some of it, not all of it, but I feel compelled to say I thought his analogy to Cora Watson was apt, at least in certain respects, and he should be allowed to speak in that manner. With respect to the requirement requirement that a board majority be gathered in order to place an item on the agenda. It's really a solution in search of a problem that will cause a problem. How can a board member get a majority of the board to agree on something without violating the Brown Act? It's not done in a meeting. And then it also giving the board president the power of control of the agenda instead of allowing any board member to put something on the agenda will just make the board president selection at the beginning of each year even more acrimonious than it already is. Rather than rotating, this board wants to have this.
The speaker's time is up.
Kind of approach to selecting a board president. Makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments.
Okay, I think, Sarah, I think you wanted to provide a little bit of clarification. I think the changes in this resolution are minor in terms of placing items on agenda. That's within a public meeting. It's how, when something comes up in a meeting, how we place something on an agenda. It's how we address consent in terms of public comment. And it's how we can either encourage discussion on an item, or if we've had that discussion, go to the business of the board. And to reinforce, a board meeting is the ability to do the business of the district in front of the public, but it is the board's meeting. So Sarah, did you want to clarify something?
I want to change the language.
The one part I did want to clarify that says if a member of the public has asked for something to be agendized, and that if it has already been discussed at a previous meeting, the way the board leadership would know that during agenda planning is that those who are submitting a request for something to be agendized need to provide exactly what it is they want discussed and agendized. So that is how the board leadership would know during agenda planning whether or not it has been discussed before when they receive a request.
Thank you, Sarah. Lori?
Yeah, I just
And then Richard.
wanted to look back at the language that Kevin Shingman was referencing. So I just want to, because I was concerned that it maybe wasn't clear, but I think it is clear. It does say during a board meeting, when a simple majority of the board requests that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on a future board agenda, that matter shall be agendized. So I'm open to rereading it to be clear about what it means, but it looks clear to me. And I think maybe part of the reality is that most of these items are, I don't want to say they're insider, but they govern sort of the nitty gritty of things that most people never look at. And so sometimes if you look at one of those things, you go, oh, I don't get that. That doesn't make any sense. But I think the kind of thing that was intended for that particular thing was, let's say, to use what's on the agenda tonight, let's say that the vaccine resolution was not on the agenda. And Richard said during board member, whatever the right board member comments, wanted to make a request that be on the agenda. This is saying then if 4 people or 3 other people agreed with Richard, that would go on the agenda, as opposed to we would vote on it that night, because we don't have a process that works like that. The city council in Santa Monica, I don't know about Malibu, has something that's more like that. There are 13 items where sometimes they vote and say bring something back, and sometimes they vote right in that moment on something that somebody says, can we offer our support for such and such bill or whatever. So I think it's okay the way it is, but I'm open to somebody saying it's not clear, since it wasn't clear to somebody who I think is very smart and usually understands these things.
Richard.
So at the risk of my colleagues getting very upset with me, noting that there's been multiple postponements on this, I had wanted to bring this question up before anyone from the public had commented about the very thing that Lori says that she's open to discuss too, about the a member bringing an item to the agenda. So at our retreat, I spoke to that. I mean, I think I was one of the persons of on our board who said this was an issue, and I think I invoked the early days of Member Foster and myself being on the board, and where we had called for something similar to an item 13, or 13 item, I think is they call it in the city of Santa Monica. So, but if I'm remembering correctly, and I had planned on, it's late in the hour, so again, that's why I asked the indulgence of my peers here. Perhaps we want to take more time on this so that we can get back to this, because I think we've been very good in a practice and respectful to one another for as long as I can remember on the board, that when something comes up and we're in the midst of a discussion item, we've been very good and very collegial and saying, hey, are there 4 humans here who want to move this forward, and particularly in giving direction. So when I first joined the board, I know that staff, and I think rightfully so, predates Dr. Dradi and his team, were concerned like, oh my gosh, where is this board going? Because there were different directions being articulated by different board members, and we weren't doing the best as good as we're doing now, in saying, hey, like John has done multiple times this evening, let me mirror back to the group and see if we know which direction we're going. So I think we do that well, and I think that happens when it comes to direction. I also know that I think we could do better in getting things to the agenda, and I'm one person who would very much like to be able to say, like Member Coleman, he may want to have something appear on the agenda to test the waters to see if members would like to have a further discussion. I understand that there's some problems with what the city had, not problems. With all things, there are pros and there are cons. And so, for example, I've seen the 13 items. I'm like, really? That's a 13 item? Like, or what? I'm just wondering if there's a way in which a single member of the board is able to say, I'll just use myself, no one else. Like, I would very much like us to have a conference, and I won't use, someone said chocolate milk last time, right, or something, but I'm not going to say that, but there's something, right? How is it that we then gauge whether or not that gets agendized?
Can I address that?
Yes, please,
Because
because
there's
that's
two
the
things
clarity.
in here. There's 2 things in here that I think would provide clarity for you and hopefully help. One is for that case you're talking about. You, Richard TJ, want to bring an agenda item. A board member or member of the public may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on the agenda of a regular meeting. The request shall be in writing and be submitted to the superintendent or designee with supporting documents and information, if any, at least 2 weeks before the scheduled meeting date. And then the board and the board president superintendent shall decide whether a request is within the subject matter or jurisdiction of the board, and then where it should be placed on the agenda. Now, so that deals with ahead of time. The reason why
Can I speak to just that part right there? Because that's the issue not the issue that I have, but that's the piece. I get that, John. I read that.
Okay.
But what I don't think,
because that's existing language.
I agree. I know, and I've had an issue with it since I've sat on the board.
Okay.
And I think everybody knows that. The thing is, I think that a single member of the board, duly elected, he, she, they, should be able to put something on an agenda and to weigh whether or not there are 3 other members of this body who would want to have a conversation about it. I'm not saying that single member should be able to force a full conversation and force staff to do X, Y, and Z, not force, but the preparation work. But how is it that if someone says, I would like to have a conversation, I'll just be.
But don't you see this as a checks and balance? I mean, because let's say you.
No, I don't.
You as an individual want to put something on the agenda. And for whatever reason, it doesn't happen because the board president and the superintendent say it's not really in the purview. You come to the next meeting and you say, I would like to put this on the agenda. Are there 3 other members who agree with me?
Yeah, but
and
where do I
are,
say that?
It's on the agenda.
No, I agree with you. So does that happen in like a board?
It says it here.
Where does it say it?
During a board meeting, when a simple majority of the board requests that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on a future agenda, that matter shall be agendized.
Yeah, so
this is what we've added to it. Totally address that.
All right, so thumbs up, good.
Yeah.
Thumbs up, good. So for example, I just want to name what I was, when I was a fresh young whippersnapper on the board. I wanted to have a conversation about homework policy,
right.
and what's that?
Guided study.
Couldn't get it on the agenda. It didn't happen. And so I would like to know, like, if Keith or Jen or anyone here wants to, does that come at the point in our, and it should say in our bylaws, does that happen at board member comments on a standing agenda? So do we have something to where at the end of the meeting, board member comment, a member like me could say, hey, y'all, I would like to be able, I know board member comments there, right? Yes, but we've not in practice allowed that to be an open place where Jen or Richard could say, so when John's been very good at the end of each meeting asking folks if there's board comments, but we haven't been in the practice of saying it's at this time in a meeting with a board member comment where he, she, they could ask to see if members would support bringing something on the agenda.
Well, honestly, I feel that most of the time it happens within the flow of the meeting. Like we'll be talking about something, you're like, oh, I would like this to come back on an agenda. So I find that it's rare that somebody sits on something till the end of a meeting and has something out of left field that they say, oh, I want to put chocolate milk and school on the agenda. So, I mean, to me, this corrects a flaw that we had in our system that we didn't really know what to do during a meeting if something comes up.
I guess I would say to be just positive and try to get us out of this conversation, not to get out of it because I want to, just because it's late. Would the board be interested in saying that the appropriate time to bring something up would be during those board member comments or the articulation? A board member would have the right in the rules, he, she, they, when I think Jen said it's called future agenda items. P isn't perfect, right? That at that moment, we would have in our rules that any board member, he, she, they could say at that moment in time in the regular, I don't think it's on every agenda. Well, that's why I'm asking if we could spell it out. Because it hasn't been the practice.
Well, we can certainly say, okay, so if this makes you happy, I think this could, so the first sentence of the second page could read, during a board meeting, either during the agendized item for future agenda items or during board discussion, blah, blah, blah. Board discussion, when a simple majority of the board requests that a matter be blah. So it's like, we can specify that it's either during the discussion of the meeting or during the,
I like that.
future agenda items.
And can I just say why I like that? Because one, the discussion item has already been agendized. So, right, we can give direction like we do. Like, hey, do you all want to have a conversation, a deeper conversation about this item that we're already discussing? Do we want, I think that's how we got this mandate resolution that came forward tonight. It was through a discussion that we had. Would you please bring this forward? But I'm thinking your improved language, John, would allow for then an item for a subject that hasn't been even addressed in the context of that meeting to be posited with the group and to say, is there an appetite for this? And the thing is, if there's not, the other members of the board say, oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
But then that will have enshrined in the rules an opportunity for individual members to have that moment where he, she, they knows that can be spoken.
Well, Sarah has already incorporated the language, so is there further discussion or does somebody want to make a motion?
I have further discussion.
Craig has further discussion.
So I wasn't here when you guys did this, and that's on me. By way of excuse, I was taking my daughter to college. So I mean, Richard remembers certainly my participation correctly. I had an issue from pretty much my earliest days on the board. We always say that each board member is only 1 of 7 and that only 4 of 7 can make decisions, and too much power has been concentrated in the leadership to decide what's on the agenda, what isn't on the agenda, and frankly, other operating decisions that sort of don't rise to the board level, but in that room. At the same time, we're in this period of unprecedented, or at least extremely high levels of public interest and public discourse, not all of which is civil, but all of which is First Amendment appropriate, right? So I am concerned about and opposed to anything that is taking back, taking away, reducing, or seem to be reducing either non-leadership board members' access to the democratic process or the public's access to the democratic process. So I would submit that any changes at this point, especially changes that can be seen to be restrictive of anyone's ability, can be seen to be restrictive of anybody's ability, whether public or non-leadership board members, would be well handled at a date of less. So I'm opposed to moving this forward. I'll be a no vote if it moves forward. I'll be a no vote if Richard, or sorry, I guess it's John's language in response to Richard is incorporated. And I think it's really important that we have long meetings if long meetings are what the public needs to feel expressed, if not heard. And, I think for our $350 a month, we should be prepared to, as somebody, Richard, maybe suggested, have a separate meeting that talks about something so we can keep the business of the board going. But to be seen to be restricting democracy at this time is, I think, really unwise in a period of heightened public sensitivity and awareness and involvement and feeling of needing to be heard.
Thanks, Craig. Any other comments, questions, concerns?
Can I just want to clarify, you don't want to move any of this forward or that particular part that we were just discussing? Craig?
It all looks to me to be either restricting or being seen to be restricted. So yeah, all of it. If there was going to be, no, but I can't violate my own principles. So I just think it's a bad idea in this moment to be doing anything that smacks of restricting democracy. So yeah, everything. I don't think it's worth it for whatever marginal gains we would have.
Okay. Maria?
Yeah, well, my only comment, I guess, would be that, sometimes I guess when everything, I know that our board policy has always been for the president and, leadership to sit with the superintendent to make agenda items. But I think that we have to have the opportunity to allow those that do not sit in leadership within a meeting to be able, and that usually comes up in a discussion forum when we feel there's a point that really wasn't reached or we didn't really fully discuss it because we want to bring another take on it, or just a piece of whatever, let's say an academic piece was not, like you were talking about, what did you say you were talking about? The tutoring, what is it that you wanted to bring up? You mentioned earlier on
The study hall thing, the discipline thing.
Yeah. So those particular pieces, they usually come up probably on an agenda item, an educational presentation. So in those situations, I think we have to bring it and move it forward at that point. Even if it might be that it might just be one or two people, I think that if it's worth the opportunity to have a further discussion on it, I think we should be able to put it on the agenda. At that point, and I don't really particularly agree that it could be brought on, solely at the end when we brought future, agenda items. But I think at that time and the moment that we're having a discussion, we feel we have to further discuss a point on something, I think it should be brought up there and we should be able to place something on the agenda. All right? Okay. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Either Sarah or Board President Keene, I think some of the other comments were kind of mischaracterizing what my colleague Richard TJ, that this is actually opening up the process. It's not restricting the process, right?
So if either Board President Keene will speak to, or actually Sarah, speak to what the language says now, I think that language will evidence an open, free-flowing opportunity for people to share what their thoughts are. So if we can hear that, so that we're very clear that this is an open process and not a restrictive process.
So the way I amended the paragraph, it says during a board meeting, either while in the course of discussing an agendized item or under the future agenda items section, when a simple majority of the board requests that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on a future board agenda, that matter shall be agendized. Is that clarification in the spirit of what you had said?
I think it is, but I would like there to be, yes, but I would like more. I would like there to be explicit language that says that any member of the board, he, she, they would be able to, at that juncture, what you said at the end of that's when they would do it. So that any persons who come after us, right, I mean, perhaps they'll change the rules, but boards will know as they're looking at those rules that, as Maria says, if it's as it comes and unfolds in the discussion, that's there. But then also, and this is where I think it gets to the openness and the greater inclusion of things, is that something gets to be floated at that end of the meeting.
It's going to be during a board meeting, blah, 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 blah. An individual board member may request an item be placed on the agenda, and when a simple majority of the board agrees that, or a simple board, you want something in there that just says there's an individual board member who's making the request, and then if 3 fellow members agree, and it's within the jurisdiction of the board, it shall be placed on a future agenda. So you want just language in there that says when a single board member makes that request during the meeting.
Yes, and I would have put that if it's in the jurisdiction of the board, because I presume that if 4 humans on this board say at that point in time they want it on the agenda, it is within the jurisdiction.
I mischaracterized the language in here. It says request that a matter within the jurisdiction. So the implication is that the board member is making a request within the jurisdiction.
Yes.
Right, but the current board policy says a single member can ask that things be put on the agenda and they'll be put on the agenda. So the reason it's restrictive is we've created either a separate instance or a special case of that rule that during a board meeting, it requires 4 board members, not just a single board member. So that is restrictive. The other thing that hurts my head is, I fondly remember former board member Matcher time and time again reminding us that something wasn't agendized and therefore we can't talk about it. So I don't understand how we would take a straw vote of 4 board members on an item not agendized to decide then to agendize. That seems to me to be a violation of Brown Act. But more importantly, the current rule says one board member can have things agendized. The issue is that it's never worked that way. So I would much rather, create timelines around if a single board member asks for something to be agendized. And I'm fine with Richard's language that it is agendized for discussion and not requiring staff work in preparation or whatever. But I think we need more access, not less access to the agenda.
Craig, the comment that I appreciate that. The reason why, for me, if Sarah might help me back to the language where the board member is conjoined with a member of the public, the existing language, but we're changing that, correct? All right, so to my colleague Craig's comment, where I was hoping that it would be more expansive and not restrictive, is that an individual board member, look at what he, she, they has to do to make the request with the materials. It still goes through the president and the superintendent. And I want there to be, speaking of checks and balances, I want there to be something that comes, as we've discussed, So I'm just responding to Craig's things. Craig, I think what I'm suggesting is that it's more open, because I can make that request. First of all, I've asked John to put things on the agenda. Everyone should know that John has put it on the agenda. So I have asked and that has happened. So this is not a beef that I'm having here. This is not. But what I'm saying is I've had that beef before, and I suspect other persons who have served historically here and in the future have had it. So the question is, how do you get an airing of the question with the full board? That's what I'm asking. And so that's why I think the language that Sarah has come up with allows for that. And that's how I was seeing it, as being more inclusive, or in the spirit of what Keith was saying.
Can I go next? Even though I'm just going to add to the confusion. I'm now completely, utterly, totally confused. And I frankly somewhat don't care about this issue. And it infuriates me, actually, some of the implications being set up here. But by the same token, leave it the way it is then. Because we already, I mean, for one thing, we already do, as you've all said, or some of you have said, if some item comes up in the context of a discussion or whatever, and 4 people say, yeah, we want that, that becomes a directive to the staff. That already happens. This sort of was intended to, in a way, it looks like, articulate that. But if people want to make a statement that somehow board members are being crushed by the evil leadership, then let's just frickin' leave the language the way it is, because I resent the implication. I resented it when it was brought up before. I have no idea to this day what anyone was ever talking about that they couldn't get on agenda, and I don't think it's happening now. So let's leave it. If anyone hasn't, they can, in that paragraph 2, a board member or member of the public may request, I say, go for it. If somebody wants to say that, they've had that, everyone's had that right in this now. There's nothing's modifying that. So let's leave it at that. If there are people who feel they're in the minority and they don't get to speak, they should be able to have an opportunity to speak. And if that is what protects that, it's still there. And if you think somehow that's getting nixed by what was an attempt to do something else, and it wasn't my language, so it's not personal. What's personal is what I said before, but let's leave it alone. Let's let this play out. If you all have issues that you think aren't getting addressed because you elected such terrible leadership, let's play it out and let's find out.
This needs to be stopped right here, because there's no implication of that.
Richard, let me, guys, let me just, because here's the, we always talk about, there's a problem in search, a solution in search of a problem.
Yeah,
is the
exactly.
expression.
I agree with that.
So Richard,
Maybe there is.
the problem that I saw with this, and this is why I think this is actually more egalitarian and less top-down, is that, and I'm confused because I thought Craig and we've always talked about, like, people bring up something in a meeting and one person can't give direction in a meeting. And then we always were confused about, wait, was that direction or was that one member speaking? This is a way for within a meeting. We never had in our bylaws what happens during a meeting when a topic comes up and people are like, yeah, let's bring this back at a meeting. This just puts a formal process in place that says if something comes up at a meeting and 4 board members want it, then it comes up at a meeting. To me, this is far more egalitarian. And the problem that it solves is we never had anything in the bylaws before that addressed this. That's the reason why it's there.
John, may I say that this isn't happening in a vacuum? It's happening on the heels of our retreat, that we came together as a group when we talked about these things. I am not implying anything, Lori, at all. I certainly am not. And this is not, so I'm just thinking, I spoke up at the retreat. I made my feelings known at the retreat, which is nothing new in the 6.5 years that I've been serving on the board. And where I would support a 13 item. I have always said I would support a 13. Please. There is not a 13 item here. And I heard that we weren't I heard as a part of our deliberations together that we weren't supportive of that at our retreat. So then what I thought I was doing, I think that this this language was my recommendation from the retreat. In fact, I know it was. And so I was thinking about, this was collegial and compromise, and it gives an opportunity to bring something forward. And so when I read the draft, and this is why I said everyone's going to be so mad at me, because why didn't I write this to Sarah ahead of time, which I should have, and I didn't. And I could have said, wow, the one piece, and so there's no implication. It's just that what I was trying to get out of that retreat was how at the end of the meeting can I say, hey, y'all, I want to have chocolate milk at the end of each of our meetings with donuts and cake for us. Do you think we should talk about that? And people, Richard, just be quiet. We're going on. We'll go home, move to adjourn. Where is that moment? And I do think that I do believe that duly elected members of this Board of Education should be able to put something on the agenda. I do believe that. And I'm saying to you, I have not had a problem getting things on the agenda. And there are no implications with the leadership. I nominated both of you for this leadership position. I voted for you. This is not about John and Lori. This was about our having a retreat and thinking about what could we do. And this is something I've been pining for. And so then out of that retreat, I thought this was compromised language. I am sorry, dear friends. I did not read this thoroughly enough in advance. And that's why I apologized before I even spoke. Because the best practice, right, would have been for me to alert TID leadership and Sarah to say this. And so I am genuinely, sincerely sorry about that.
I'm sorry for getting upset about this, so I apologize to you. But it recalls an experience I had on this board that I thought was personally insulting, and I, to this day, don't understand what it was about and think it was really off base and strange. But that aside, I apologize for my comment, and I guess what I want to say is, I think the second paragraph, and this is going to be a wrench in all of this, I want to say I think that there are two things being discussed here, and there's a little bit of a maybe an internal contradiction in maybe the way we were talking about it before, and maybe people didn't understand what we were talking about. So, the paragraph 2 that says a board member or member of the public may request that a matter, blah, blah, blah. I personally think that we should leave that as it is, because I don't want anybody here to distrust whoever is in leadership and think that somehow they can't get what they want on an agenda, whereas a member of the public could and they couldn't as a board member. So I think that should govern, and I don't think we should do anything to modify that. That said, I do think what everyone here who has been on the board for any length of time, so I would say this leaves out Keith and Jen, I think what we've all experienced is this situation where board members say, and I want to know that, and I want to know how many 7-year-olds went to Roosevelt but didn't go to here, and where people, all of you at different times, including me, have said, wait a minute, shouldn't we have 4 people, at least 4 people agree before we put that burden on staff? So I feel like what's getting confused here, or conflated, or whatever the right word is here, is the desire to, what's the word? Put in writing, articulate in writing, that practice, which is when something comes up and somebody just wants something, an information or whatever, that there should, we have basically instituted the practices that where somebody says, well, are there more people who want that too, or want to see that on the agenda or whatever? So there is a little bit of a contradiction between those things, because if something came up in a conversation, and I'm just going to use you, Richard, because I'm looking at you, but you said you wanted something and there weren't 4 people who wanted it, you could still do it with this other paragraph. So there's a somewhat of I'm not maybe being terribly articulate, it's late, but there's a little bit of a contradiction in what we're talking about, but it depends on the detail. So rather than create something in search of a problem, since we already have a practice of when something comes up, during a discussion or during a board meeting of people basically looking around and saying, are there at least 4 people who want this? Let's not address it and let's just leave things as they are. So that then if you, Richard, or whoever has their own item they want to bring up, they can do just like the member of the public does and make a request, and it shall be heard. As long as it's within the jurisdiction and all these other things apply. I don't want to do anything that makes board members feel like the process is not democratic, because I feel that it always has been. I think it's always been collegial, but there have been people like you who have felt otherwise when I didn't feel that was true. So I want to protect against that happening to anybody, because as you can see, I still feel raw from that. So let's leave it. And to Craig's point of the optics of this being less democratic, I certainly don't want the optics to be that we're being less democratic on the board either. Forget optics. I don't care about optics. I care about reality. And so if that strikes you as the reality, keep it the way it is, and let's just not clarify something that was just, we know what goes on anyway. It doesn't matter if it's in the
I would like to see if there's a motion to, I personally believe, after sitting through the event we had, I think it was August 19th, that this actually is a more democratic way of addressing it. It formalizes a vacuum that we had. I do think this is it formalizes something in our meetings that we've never had before. I'd like to see if somebody's interested in making a motion, I'm happy to listen to it. And if it gets defeated, if there's no interest in it, then fine. But we're just, right now, we're going in circles. So if there's anybody interested in making a motion, I'd be happy to entertain it.
I move the item with Sarah W.'s language, which included. Please. Yes, please.
During a board meeting, either while in the course of discussing an agendized item or under the future agenda items section, an individual board member may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be placed on a future board agenda. And if a simple majority of the board supports that request, the matter shall be agendized.
Huh?
I have no motion right now.
So you don't like that? That language does not work for you?
I'm just so tired. I can't see it. So for me, I have to, maybe my motion is that we table this, but I know that we have that.
So you're pulling, so you're not making a motion to accept this with
I'm not
Sarah's-
making any motion. I'm not
Okay.
making any motion.
Is there anybody else who cares to make a motion on this, or is that just the mood of the board right now, which is understandable and fine?
I mean, the other thing is this also reduces public comments on consent to 1 comment. So that's moving us toward a more restrictive stance, which I understand why we've all thought that from time to time. But, again, given the context of the moment we're in, that adds to the challenge for me of moving forward with this.
It's actually.
Board President, may I make a comment?
Sure, Keith.
And that is, in light of where we've been with everything tonight in this discussion, this is not to take this away or get rid of it or what have you, but, perhaps we can take some time, reflect on it and have some fresh eyes, if you will, or fresh sentiments, and come back and look at this again and next time that we get together.
Yeah.
I just want to make one comment to the issue about consent. I want to make clear that we all talked about this, and I haven't checked the Malibu City Council rules. I know that the Santa Monica City Council rules are consent is 1 item. So I don't think we were doing something that's outrageous and undemocratic and not done elsewhere. I think, in a way, every time you make a rule change, it can feel more restrictive, and sometimes it's about imposing some sensible rules and some sense of order where there wasn't order before, or where something wasn't clear before. So, and I think that was what was intended by most of this, really.
Could I move the
We're on
item
council.
absent the agenda preparation so that that would return to us, but the other components of the changes would be moved this evening?
You mean, yeah, do you mean that one paragraph or the everything in there that's changed?
Well, I would
The
just,
2 weeks.
under the
2 weeks.
heading of agenda preparation,
Yeah,
Could we keep the 1 week to 2 weeks, which allows it to conform to our agenda planning schedule?
I think it might be cleaner just to hold off on that whole section. I'm not opposed to
Okay.
that, John.
Why don't we just, I like Keith's suggestion, why don't we just give it a rest for the moment and ponder it, maybe think about language we'd be more comfortable with. I'm certainly happy to go back to Malibu City Council or Sarah can and see what they do about consent. Do a little bit more work. Hopefully we can come back a little more unified. More alert too.
Okay, there's a motion on the table by Richard to approve this bylaw revision minus anything on the agenda preparation category. That is a motion on the table right now. Is there a second for Richard's motion? Keith seconds the motion. Is there any more discussion about the motion, or can I call the vote?
Well, I would just like to say we've been here more than a half an hour. That we, I am extremely tired. I think I sad that Craig wasn't here when we had this conversation. I do think the motive of the conversation was that how to improve the meetings and how to make them less long. As we are here at 11:34, and how to make them more productive and more and just tighter. So I,
Well, okay, so there's a motion on the table. I'm going to call the vote and just see where we are with it. Keith?
Yes.
Jennifer?
yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
No.
Lori?
as much as I want to move this forward, I'm going to vote no, because I don't think we should vote this without it being at least close to unanimous, and there's at least 2 votes against it. Because I think they're rules we're all going to live with, and I would like it if we could try to all feel comfortable with it.
Craig?
Sorry.
I think that was my way of voting no.
I'm asking for your vote on Richard's motion.
So was there enough? I couldn't really hear anybody else. I heard Lori's no. Was there another?
Maria voted no.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it didn't matter, but I'm a no as well.
Okay, then I'm going to do what, I don't want this to continue because I don't want to pass something 4-3. I don't want to defeat it. I'm going to abstain. So at 3-3, the motion dies. And we'll bring this back another time when we have more chance to figure it out. So that is the end of that. We have, I hesitate to say this, but we have something that should be simple for us to look at, which is a revision of bylaw 9323, which is just meeting conduct. This was pretty much called from the city council. The only thing really changed in there is how we make sure that non-English speakers have enough time to address the board and are given extra time for the translation. Other than that, it is fairly straightforward, although there's a little more there about recording meetings now that we're in this digital age. So I'm going to ask if there's a motion to accept this. Maria moved, so moved. Is there a second? Keith, is there discussion on this resolution?
Not to be the bearer of bad news, but isn't item 6 considering consent one item?
9323? Oh, it's on both of them? Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
That's right, that was the one thing that I never. Okay, well then I think we're going to run against the sending. I'm tabling this item. But it makes no sense if we weren't willing to do it on the other thing, we're going to do it on that one?
No, the other one does.
Get the consent item through and forgive the others, but if this
Oh.
is the case.
Maria and I weren't clear on that.
Yeah.
All
And
right,
I was
then
trying to
will-
be
then-
respectful of Maria and Craig.
Okay, then ignore what I said. So then let me be clear then about this item and read that out loud because I wanted to point that out. In regards to public comments, the consent calendar shall be considered one item. Therefore, a member of the public may make a public comment on the consent calendar as a whole rather than on individual items. So I will re-ask again if there's a motion. Maria, I'm going to ask you to make a new motion if you want to for this revision.
Yeah, I'm
So
moving
motion-
for the,
so-
I'm
okay, so-
moving for the whole,
so-
as it exists, yes.
Okay, so as it is, so moved by Maria, is there a second? Second by Keith.
Wait, there's a public comment.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but
So now we have a
apparently
motion
we have
and a
motion,
second. Now
but
we
we
go
have
to public
public comments, which I didn't quite see here. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. Two public comments on this item. I know, but how much time do they have? Okay, Nikki Kolhoff and Kevin Shankman. Nikki, again, you said G4, but we think you meant I4. So if you're still here.
Your agenda, so I'm not sure what, from the PDF, so maybe.
It's okay, we had some confusion here too, because we had two different agendas with different numbering, so no, no worries. We're trying to be helpful.
Okay, so, hearkening back to the pleas that were made earlier, about performing in public and our children watching. This is limiting public participation, and you're continuing to do that, and we're supposed to teach them to participate in their local government and all levels of government, and you're stopping people from talking. The consent calendar is a problem for you guys because you don't attach all the documents and you rule by consent. That is why it stifles public comment and participation here. City Council, for example, this week had 4 consent items. You had 43. So if you want to multiply it, then everybody should at least get, 30 minutes instead of 3 minutes. But you cannot limit the consent comment when you put everything in consent, regardless of the dollar amount, regardless of the import. You are being undemocratic here, continuing up your authoritarian rule. And, that is the appearance that you are giving. It's what you all deserve because that's the direction you keep marching. We have all sorts of educational issues. The matter that got tabled was talking about learning loss so that you guys could move forward trying to stop the public from speaking. You received 4 pages of single spaced notes from the neighborhood organizations asking for more transparency and giving you suggestions of things you could do in order to make the meetings run more smoothly. You spend all this time trying to figure out how to keep people from talking, and then people get mad, and that is why your meetings are not smooth. You have no consensus or buy-in going into your decisions, so you get comments. That's the product of your authoritarian rule. And the public does need to be able to get on the agenda. John Keane should not be able to decide that a matter has been addressed. What does that even mean, addressed? You thought about it, you mentioned it in passing. I mean, it's not a good rule for stopping the public.
The speaker's time is up.
To address an item.
Kevin Shankman, if you're still here.
Yes, thank you. And I think my point about the Brown Act may have been misunderstood. It's not really possible to address it in this. I would encourage any board member who wants to discuss that. I'd be happy to talk through it. I heard significant support for adoption of the something similar to what the city of Santa Monica does with 13 items. I would greatly encourage that. I remember a couple of years ago, the topic of non-citizen voting appeared to me to have a majority of the then school board. I don't recall who was the board president at the time, so I'm not trying to blame anyone or anything. But it didn't get on the agenda for any future meeting. So whatever happened there, it's something that could be solved by the 13 item. With respect to limiting public comment on the consent items, I get the problem, totally understand it. I'm not sure that this solves the problem because it may just encourage someone to poll all of the consent items if they want to allow the public comment to be allowed on each such item. Then you have to vote on each one individually. It then is counterproductive to what I think is the problem that you're trying to solve. There are ways to help, but I don't think this is one of them.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Lori.
I know we have a motion. I wanted to just talk about it a little bit. I just want to say that I was just trying to flip through quickly, do a little research on what rules generally are. I can't find the Malibu City rules, so I was looking for that too. But, consent, the word and the term, the structure, which exists in for all kinds of public bodies, consent items are supposed to be relatively uncontroversial, routine items. That's why they're called consent. That's why they're put on that part of the agenda. And so that's what the staff and generally the board leadership thinks should be on consent. I think there are some members of this community who don't share that view about certain items. And so they will always want to, and it's their right to speak on that. But if we think that the consent calendar really is comprised of items that are uncontroversial, and if any one of us thinks they should be pulled, we should pull them. I think there's nothing wrong with going with what I believe is the Santa Monica City Council rule. And again, I don't know what the Malibu City Council rule is because I can't find it fast enough. I don't even know if they have a rule. So I think that's the question. If they're really consent items, and we mean that we think that, I don't have a problem with limiting this. What I do think is, and I think it is too late to talk about this, I do think we're trying to come up with, at least for the facilities items, a way to link some of the documentation and contracts elsewhere. And I think Ben looks like he's going to fall asleep because he knows more about this than I do, but I believe Steve and Carrie are working on that. And then that might help. And I think we're trying to be responsive. But I think that's really what the issue is. Are these consent? Are they not? And can we do some things to help at least some of the members who think these are what we think are consent items are more controversial than that? So maybe they'll change their minds. I don't know.
That adjustment, that depository we're gonna have for all the contracts should be done sometime mid-October. So.
Okay. I do think that, to Lori's point, I do think that's something we can do during agenda setting is, a lot of times we do know that we have some items on consent that will demand being pulled off, that demand more conversation. I think we can be a little more proactive and keep them off of consent and bring them to even that's a point that Nikki has made repeatedly. And, on that case, I agree with her. There's certain items that if we know we're going to pull something, it shouldn't be on consent, but we can streamline consent so that it doesn't become as big a deal. That's something we can work on within our own practices. So we do have a motion. We do have a second. Are we ready to call the question? Keith?
Yes. Jennifer,
Yes.
Richard,
Yes.
Maria,
Yes.
Lori,
Yes.
Craig.
Yeah, so we got to voting a little fast. I like what you just said. I would have preferred to talk about it before we passed policy that moves us forward on this. But I think those are the sorts of things that would be really smart for us to do, to say, yeah, that is an issue with consent and we need to structure things differently in the future, because if consent really is 4 items we all consent on, then there's no reason to pull it apart. But I'm going to vote no in this moment.
Okay.
And I hope we can follow up on
Sure.
your idea.
I'm a yes, so this revision carries 6-1. I will just say to my colleagues, I know it's late, but I will just say that in crafting agendas, I do try to create an agenda that is achievable during the evening. It pains me when we don't hit our time marks. I am a former theater producer and director. I like being on time. So I do try, and it's something that for at least the last 5 meetings that I have over these next 84 days, not that I'm counting, I will try to do better with how we address that. I do want to cover, there's another item here that we must do, which is nomination for CSBA Directors at Large, African American, American Indian, and County. This is a prestigious position that I would like to see if there is a nomination for our board member Coleman to assume this position at CSBA. Is there a nomination for board member Coleman? I see Jennifer and Lori and Richard and Maria and I. So and I think Craig would have raised his hand if I had looked up at the screen. So Keith, we would like to nominate you for this position. There's a process that goes through. You need letters of recommendation and other applications, but if you are amenable, we would like to promote you for this prestigious spot.
Well, thanks so much for that. You know, I'm a team player and, you know, I'm a new kid on the block, but in my kind of limited understanding of that organization, as we've talked about it, that, you know, we want the mothership to be much more engaged in what we're doing here in Santa Monica-Malibu Unified School District and with all the districts throughout the Southern California region and up and down the state. And so, you know, I think that, you know, I think my mom raised a good guy who tries to listen well and is pretty diplomatic, and sometimes I can be a little bit rah-rah, but I think that I'll do us proud if however this process works to try and move things forward for us. So thanks for that. I appreciate it.
So let's take the vote, and then we will do as much backstage politicking as we can. Keith, I will let you vote last. Craig.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Maria. Lori.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Your vote carries for 7. What do you say, Keith?
Oh, I was going to abstain because.
Please vote yes.
Yes.
Yes, wonderful.
Yes.
We wish you luck and thank you for stepping up and assuming more responsibility. Let's hope it goes our way.
We'll see. Thank you.
We have no information items. If our public has stuck around, Kay, general public comment. Let's see who stuck around.
Can I just make a comment to Keith? Because I put my name forward for CSBA something or other years ago. It goes much better if you actually reach out to people and tell them you're running and tell them why you would appreciate their vote. It typically, or at least in my case, didn't fall out of the sky. So, you know, people take it very seriously, and they do talk to, you know, they do reach out and they do, if you will, lobby or you know, campaign for it. So I think it would be great if you were to do it, and I think your odds of succeeding would be higher if you could reach out to the folks who have the vote or the appointment or whatever this particular slot, however it's put in place.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. And like I said, you know, being the new guy on the block, I just need to sort of learn. I'm an X and O's person, So information, coaching, you know, so yeah, if anybody's got some pointers about what to do, that would be great. So thanks a lot.
Great. Best of luck. We now brings us to general public comment. We have on paper 20 comments. I think we will go 1 minute each. And thank you. Let's see
Yeah,
who's
I
still
just want
here.
to say this kind of makes the point, even though some people don't like it. We can be here all night every time and not get, we had to take off much of our business. So we're going to do it. I want to be clear as we, okay, I'm going to call 3 names at a time. If you're still here, you each have 1 minute to speak. Angela D. Gaetano, Brianna Patterson, Dayton Patterson. One is Yvette Chambers, and then Jacqueline Barajas. Okay. Yvette Chambers, Jacqueline Barajas, and then Heather Alfano.
Good evening. Thank you again for taking our comments and staying so late. I want you to know that we are organizing as parents are. We are convinced greatly that the law commands that the burden be on you. And again, pointing your finger to CDPH. And demand that the proof of burden be on you. And please respond to us and show us your proof of burden by being rhetoric parrots from CNN News and ABC News. You may not tell us that we are to do your mandates without your proof. And again, the burden lies on you. With all due respect to every one of you.
The speaker's time is up.
I will be coming after each one.
Thank you. Okay, Angela D. Gaetano, and then Jacqueline Barajas, and then Heather Alfano.
Hi, greetings. Can you hear me? I'm going to assume so, yes. Yes, we're awake. We're all sitting here watching this train wreck. Today is Wednesday, September 22nd, 2021. Mark that down on your calendars because that's the day this district has failed its children. What I witnessed today was a young child being dragged out of school because her parents wouldn't consent to an arbitrary COVID testing. She was bawling her eyes out. It was atrocious. I know I can bring up things like civil rights, freedom of religion, and a document called the Constitution. There's people on this board who have law degrees. You should understand that what you're doing is against a law. It's shameful. Your job is to protect the rights of young children to have free and fair education. We will all be coming after you single-handedly. This is atrocious. You should all be ashamed. Write it down in your calendars. September 22nd, don't forget it. We won't. Thank you.
You see Alfano too? Okay, Heather Zimmerman, and then David Novell.
Hospitals right now with heart complications from the COVID-19 vaccine. And I want to inform as many people as I can about the risks from taking the vaccine that I wish someone would have told me. So I am a Division I student athlete. athlete with no prior health issues. And I got the second COVID shot Tuesday, and within 4 days, I had been diagnosed with myocarditis and was told that I probably won't be able to play my senior season now. It is a side effect from the COVID vaccine. As being reported or addressed, it is a serious issue that we should all be informed about before making this decision. It isn't right for people to be forced to take the vaccine because there are actual side effects like this that could happen to you. And the NCAA should not mandate ethics.
The speaker's time is up.
Because of what could happen to so many folks.
Okay, Jill Hawkins, Michelle Sampson, and then Wade Major.
Jill, it's your turn. Jill, you're still on mute.
Michelle Sampson, Wade Major, and then Sandra Luban. Okay, Wade. Who, oh wait, who is that? I'm sorry, I can hear somebody, but I don't see a.
Michelle, can you hear me?
Oh, all right, Michelle, sure, go ahead, Michelle.
I'm an employee of yours. I am a sub, a classified sub. I spoke at the last board meeting. I'm having trouble working for you guys because of someone in your HR department under Mr. Mark Kelly is not doing their job correctly. Her name is Christine. In charge of the system where subs go in and get work. And as I said at the last board meeting, I simply am assigned to the system so that I can work and work for you. And I'll say it at the next board meeting if I have to. I'd like to get it resolved.
Thank you. Sarah, were you able to find Wade Major?
Yes, please.
Okay, Wade Major, then Sandra Luban, and then Nikki Kolhoff.
Go ahead, Wade.
Board Member Coleman, with all due respect, SMMUSD is not a family, and it has been for years. Family members don't treat each other the way this district treats Malibu. We're in the middle of a divorce, and it has never been more toxic. Continuing to make decisions on behalf of Malibu children whose parents have no democratic recourse to punish you is an intolerable insanity. It's hurting children, and it's hurting families. If you really care as much as you say, you will all expedite this divorce right now and accept Malibu's invitation for binding arbitration and not drag the process out any further. The last Saturday's Lakeville hearing, you all agreed that Malibu should separate and you want it to be fair and equitable. Well, our system has a remedy for finding fair and equitable settlements, and it's called binding arbitration. And yet you consistently rejected that remedy. You can't have it both ways. Either you're serious and you'll accept Christine Wood's invitation at the end of the hearing, or you aren't serious. And if you aren't serious, then just say so and we'll negotiate with Santa Monica City Council and SMRR instead. It's your move. I urge you to make the right one.
Thank you. Sandra Lubon, Nikki Kolhoff, and Megan Garrett.
Share a little story about my daughter. We received an email from Dr. Dradi that stated that students didn't have to wear masks. My daughter went to school during PE. She took off her mask. She was about 10 feet away from other children, and they started to police her and yell at her and call her an anti-vaxxer. They started chanting anti-masker, anti-vaxxer, and then they spit food in her face at lunchtime. I told the principal that, you guys allowed for no masking at PE, and the principal said she didn't know about that. This is at Smash. She looked it up and then said that she would not be able to offer that at the campus. So I want to understand what the remedy is for that. If Dr. Dradi put something into a rule for all schools in the school district, how are principals allowed to go against that? Dr. Dradi took into consideration that children are in interactive sports. I also heard that at SAMO they're doing the same thing. Why are they doing this to children?
The speaker's time is up.
Thank you. Nikki Kolhoff, Megan Garrett, and then Wendy Dembo.
With respect to returning to school, I just want to point out that the high school is back to its totally disorganized and inconsistent grading policy. So different teachers are trying to do whatever they want, which is not okay according to board policy or fairness. Also, the current policy is you get 50% off for turning something in a day late, so it disincentivizes kids from doing anything since you also can't get lower than 50%. That needs to be revisited. So, you're here until midnight because you're doing things that people don't want you to do, and you don't listen before you take action. Limiting discussion to 1 minute after all that is just shameful and wrong and undemocratic. Lori then makes a comment that she doesn't know why somebody didn't mention something. Well, you gave people 1 minute to talk about COVID, and it wasn't even agendized that you guys were going to be discussing the quarantine. So why wouldn't you have been prepared for that? You can't.
The speaker's time is up.
And ask why nobody said anything.
Thank you. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but thank you. Megan Garrett, Wendy Dembo, and Alicia Peak.
Wendy Dembo, are you there?
Okay, how about Peggy O'Meara Searles? And Jill Hawkins, I think, tried to sign back in, so, because we couldn't hear her before, so, and she's the last one.
Thank you. The speaker's time is up. As the conclusion of general public comment, are there any board member items? We have no requests by members of the public or DAC members to address the board. We have no continuation of public comment. Any board member comments? Future agenda items. Anybody want to move to adjourn? Richard, seconded by Maria. All in favor of? Thank you all for thank you to staff. Thank you everybody who stuck around to watch the meeting. We have, I think, a special meeting on September 30th, and then a regularly scheduled meeting on October 7th.